Here we go. Good morning. A little early today. Dad, I'm scared. Of what? Going full bear on open or waiting for a bounce? I already have puts. I I had like a full straddle on SPX at close yesterday. My calls are sad, but my puts are very happy. Not full bear, just full. The market's gonna move. I don't care which way. SPX bounce up to 405. We'll see. Sell and reposition, or do we set sail today? That's hard to say. All the downside gaps on SPX are going to be filled, but there's still quite a lot of call interest up at like 412. Um, I wouldn't be surprised if the market bounced a little today after this steep of a drop. Although this is the worst year over year and month over month print since March. Yeah, probably gonna roll calls at open. So just get more theta on them. I mean, they've already lost like a ton of value. Probably sell off a few puts. I don't want to sell off too many though because we still have SLD. How much of that is already realized this morning is hard to say. How much more theta? Probably September 30s. Capture any rise into the Fed meeting. What did price action do the last time we had bad CPI? That's a good question. When was the last really bad one? I think it was March. Um, if I remember correctly, we bounced. Yeah, there was like a big pre-market drop, and the following day we topped like 434, and then we went up for the next 2 days. Was there a short-term cat play since the Dow is still up? I mean, I'm still in cat. I don't know how much more like upside room there is. You might be able to try to play like a crossover of 190 again, but maybe like 187.50. The risk there though is the Dow futures are not up. Dow futures are down like 300 fucking basis points. So it doesn't look good. Hi senpai, thanks for everything. When does Perelman pull a Gordon Gecko on the Rev shorts? We'll see. Wouldn't be the first time he's bailed the company out. You think they sold off for SLD already? That's possible. That was a big fucking drop. Down 214 basis points in the pre-market. Futures, like ES minis, are down 236 basis points. 240. We'll see. What's interesting is, this drop kind of fills all the closer downside gaps we have. I mean, obviously not the ones below like 385, but the ones that we formed over like the last two mornings. 400 major SPY resistance or major SPY support. There's a lot of calls that just got left behind up at like the 410, 415 range. Need to set auto orders on closing some of these puts. Give me a second, guys. Looking good for OPEX or irrelevant. Looks good. I mean, the entry opportunities today are awesome, and the gamma flipped back, so that negative, it should have a fairly negative delta hedge again, especially if it stays below DN, which is 28.33. I just set market sells at open for all my short dated puts. Because remember, like yesterday, I was buying puts as it went up. So I'm going to market sell those at open because those expire this Friday. I still have my longer dated puts. 5K in SPX straddle profit before market open closed. Now I'm going to lose 10K in market hour volatility. Nice ghost of Daniel Lesage. Congratulations. DN's delta neutral. What's your low price target for GME before OPEX? If indexes continue to drop today, we could see like 26, maybe even 24.90 something. I'm holding my long. Yeah, I'm holding those too. I'm not getting rid of the October and November ones. But the ones from yesterday bought towards like market close, those are way the fuck up, and I'm not gonna chance them on a bounce, right? Just take profits. Rolling down and out on V upstart. I mean, I'll wait. It's not like I'm probably not gonna get assigned on the CSPs on upstart today. V, I might just average down. V dropped to 202. Probably just buy some more 205s, honestly. Fucking, yeah. I think I'll probably just buy some more 205s on Visa. Oop. I'd be cautious of an additional drop for SLD. I mean, we've already got a 200 basis point move to the downside. It's unlikely that we see. Well, it's not unlikely that we see another 200 basis points. It's just, I would anticipate it less now that we've already seen one. So, you know, you could try to play it, but I would be really cautious. Also, like, all the positioning for SLD already printed. So why not just, like, I don't know. I'm probably just going to take profits. Ding ding. Well, SPX went below its gamma flip, so, or back below it, so net negative gamma exposure. So we'll probably see pretty volatile upside if it has upside. Yeah, I know Matt Feinstein stepped down. A SPY Jan 2023 300 puts? That's an awfully like out there bet. I'm not saying it can't happen, but I don't know if January would be enough time. Also, that's really fucking low. I never understand why the market reacts so much to a lagging indicator like CPI. It's the rate of acceleration of core inflation that is scaring people. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. You know, even though energy prices are down, you know, eventually we're going to see. I said eventually we're going to see core inflation accelerate, and now we're seeing it. Um, Core inflation's a lot harder for them to manage. And so the large increase in core inflation's really bad news, especially moving into, you know, the Fed's September announcement, which is coming up in just a few days. If the market can recover today, would you still expect a downside for GME before OPEX? No? I mean, that doesn't give us a lot of time. Unless we see like an SLD drop as well. Tootsie Roll gives no fucks. It's true. What the fuck is that? Revlon, the ultimate inflation hedge. Eh. Time to buy the dip or more dips? Good question. We'll see. Thanks, Sage. I appreciate it. Let's see how futures are doing. Futures are kind of climbing up a little bit. Yeah, turning around at 4,000. We may see the same on SPX. I mean, we're not just careening downward at market open, so that's a good sign. Well, I gave back quite literally everything I gained over the last few weeks. No hedge into like massive macro data. Come on, Bean. Doesn't GME normally dip with SLD? Yes. The question is, are we going to see SLD after we just got a 200 BPS drop? I never get questions answered. What did you ask? Did you tag me in it? If you don't tag me in it, I can't see it, man. Jimmy Jan 23, 40, 45 calls. A good IV play for OPEX. 0.3 Delta, good Theta. Probably not terrible. Jan 2023. They're kind of pricey there, right? And they're a little expensive. They're 0.05 Vega. And these are 0.01, 0.014. These are slightly better. The hundreds aren't bad. 0.02. Yeah, I mean the benefit of the 40s would be like not their delta insensitivity, but their relatively well, they're I guess they're a little bit of both. You get some delta sensitivity, some Vega sensitivity. They're not awful. They're pretty cheap. What do you look for in Vega? How does it help determine it's overpriced? It's not overpriced. It's like how much Vega you can get per dollar spent, right? So you're just trying to find like the best deal. Would you ever do a world tour so all your international fans can get a chance to meet and greet you? Probably not, Sage. Upstart Place still valid. Maybe some 30s for October. You could if you want to. I'm not getting out of it. How much did it drop? Yeah, I'm fine with this. I might roll the CSPs if it stays low into Friday, like roll them out one more week, but I don't really care about the dip in price. Jimmy SPX. Spy. No, the GME hedge is net negative. What are you looking for in GME before you start buying? Ideally a low price, but I might pick up some today. I'm kind of waiting to see if the market bounces back a little before I do. Calls. Pick up calls for OPEX. Oh, that's right. I wanted to check. Looking at October's? Yeah, of course. Come on, super hot kitty. You've been here for 100 of these. Thanks, Esrel. When pick up Fubo shares? I mean, it's cheaper than it was yesterday. Felt cute. Might full port into AMT later. Oh. Yeah, AMD doesn't look terrible. Hold on. Interesting. Oh, I kind of like that. Hmm. Cat's turning around a little bit. How could this drop today cover the SLD obligations? It could have been what it's not. SLD is not obligations, right? It's the selling of assets for liquidity. It's not like obligation covering. And if the market had peaked, why wouldn't they sell the assets now at the top? Right? They just need the cash tomorrow. Or, well, by Monday next week. Tesla really dead right now? I mean, it definitely took a hit. I don't think it's dead. What strikes are you getting on GME? I don't know yet. It'll depend on what prices we hit today. Gamma Max dropped a lot. Yeah, it dropped a little bit. We traded pretty flat yesterday, so that's expected. It can move up really fast, too. Which strikes are you looking at to I don't know yet, Mustard Homie. In that case, couldn't this morning's sell-off trigger a great one in advance of SLD? A run on the bank, so to speak? No, because they may have just dumped their assets this morning when the market was at 415, right? Like, if they know the market's going to drop, why wouldn't they sell into the downturn? That's my point. At some point between, you know, tomorrow and next Monday, they have to sell assets. Well, they have to deposit money for margin, right? But if the market peaks here, why wouldn't they sell the assets here and then just deposit the money during this period? Like, there's nothing about this period that forces them to sell besides the fact that they have to make deposits. So they can sell on Tuesday and deposit the cash on Wednesday. There's nothing that stops that from happening. So buy calls? I did. So yeah, SLD could already be done during the downturn, and we won't know for the next couple days, which is scary a bit, right? There's a lot of uncertainty surrounding that. I don't know. I agree that there may be some that haven't sold, but a lot may have. And if there are ones that haven't sold, wouldn't they want to pump it back up before they do? Like, they're not going to wait and sell into a further downturn. Not all institutions have cash on hand. Primes are loaded up with cash, but like hedge funds and stuff aren't. Do you expect the hike to be 100 BPS maybe? I could see that. Primes are putting their cash into RRP though. Yeah. But if they want to keep their cash for RRP, I mean, primes probably aren't selling off a lot of assets during SLD. But if they are, it's because they just want to keep parking their cash in SLD or in RRP overnight. But hedge funds are exposed. Hedge funds are the ones that likely sell off during SLD. I doubt very many primes need to make too many supplemental liquidity deposits. With Upstart below risk, is the play still upside during OPEX? I wasn't really timing it for OPEX, but sure. The point of Upstart is that you get a bunch of free calls. Depending on how price action goes over the next couple days, I may roll the CSPs out another week, just so I don't get assigned. But the odds of the CSPs staying in the money is very slim. As far as the calls on Upstart go, I don't care. They're free, right? I sold CCs. I hope it don't run $4 this week. I hope you sold them above 30. Okay. Yeah, you're probably fairly safe. How is VIX not higher? Market's rising, right? That's one of the reasons I bought more calls on SPX at open, was because VIX didn't budge, right? Like they're keeping VIX in check, which likely means that the market's gonna rise back up. Think we make new lows? Not unless there's a big downturn in the index. Right now we're just under GN, and the market maker would be buying into active fund pressure. So if the indices rise, we're gonna move up pretty hard. You're gonna confuse a lot of people by saying the calls are free. Well, not free, but credit, right? It's a it's a calendar long combo. I mean, after the CSPs expire, the calls are free, right? Upstart, I understand the longer term play, but the potential for market downturn. So I think you're misunderstanding the Upstart play. I think you assume that the Upstart play is a long play. The Upstart play is a CSP play that has long side exposure. So if the price runs, awesome. If it doesn't, you've made some credit from CSPs. Quite a bit of credit, and even after buying calls with that credit, there's some left over. What's on October calls for volatility? Doesn't seem terrible. 25s? I don't know if it'll pick up that much volatility. It could. IV's low. Cat's coming back up. Like, I like 18s on M a lot, but I'm not sure how I feel about trying to play the upside volatility for October. You could. I mean, you get plenty of Vega on the $20 calls. I wanted to get some of these. Everyone front ran me yesterday. When's SLD? The deposits are made between Wednesday and Monday morning. Wednesday opening bell till Monday opening bell. I think we drop more after 30 minutes and the hour candles. That's possible. I can see us filling this last gap. Yeah. So would you buy back 30 cover calls for this week on GME for some profit or let it ride? I don't know. It depends when you sold them. I'd be cautious of the market rising rapidly if it does. If the market starts moving up pretty hard, then I'd probably pull them back. A lot of billionaires with Upstart shares, did they buy it at 300? Theoretically, selling CSPs on Rev higher percent is better than the Upstart play. No, because the Upstart play has more upside potential in the near term. Revlon is heavily manipulated and wildly risky. Spy already filled the gap on the daily. I know. But did SPX? Remember, they're not the same. Big increase in GME OI. How would you see an intraday increase in OI? OI doesn't print until market close. So you're building a long-term position in Upstart? I'm building a call position on Upstart that expires quite some time from now. Upstart used to be worth 300. I think it hit some pretty crazy fucking numbers last year. They're actually not, like, if you look at their financials, they make a shitload of money. Yeah, Upstart hit 400 last year. It mostly traded between like 75 and 165, but at one point it did run up to 400. Upstart liquid. 69 million share free float. Not true. Rev never stays below 6.5. It's like putting cash in a safety deposit box, and every once in a while, some crazy dude busts in and doubles your money. For now. You shunned me last year for asking about Upstart. That was smart, right? Did you still buy it anyway? At like $160? Is the extra WeBull information package worth it? The live options data probably is. Gap's filled now. Biden came out with a bearish statement saying it will take more time and resolve to reduce inflation. Good for him. Huh. I caught a cold last night. Any tips to speed up recovery? I can't help you. Take some vitamin C. Go sleep. Drink a lot of water. Fubo leaps are going to be nice and cheap. Aren't they already? They're $1. I mean, they were cheaper a few days ago, but now they're $1. When will Rebecca start to fill gaps? As in the gaps printed for load and no volume. There'll be 3 minutes past opening bell, and my sweet darling is still sub 90k volume. You take your time, girl. It's gonna be a while. I wonder how much profit taking we see from the straddles that got built up yesterday. Interesting. What doing Sava? Sava's moving up, or it was. Yeah. Up about 2.43%. Sava's got some like weird fucking forced covering going on right now. You time to average down my GME position, or do you think we drop more from SLD? I'm thinking they already deposited. Well, they didn't deposit because they don't do that till tomorrow through Monday, but they may have already dumped assets. You're seeing the volume on SPY. Yeah, I am. Rivian just doesn't give a fuck about anything lately. Yeah, up 0.56%. How are you feeling about Rev? Still has potential. Yeah. Are people just gonna ask me every fucking day? Can you guys not hold a stock without my input every 5 minutes? Jesus fucking Christ. It hasn't even gone down in price. It's just the same fucking price it's been. Get any decent sleep last night? I worry about your sleep, or rather lack thereof. I slept for like 2.5 hours, roughly. I can hold a stock for longer than you think. By the way, are you bullish on Rev? Jesus Christ. Do you have levels for the SPY? I mean, it's at 400. That's a that's a big. What do you mean levels? Like how high it can go? It's like it's been 5 minutes and Girk hasn't said anything about Revlon that he owns shares and 6 month option contracts on 4 months, 4 month option contracts on. Hey man, had a quick question. Is Rev? God damn it! Yes, Rev is still a play. You have to be patient though. Are you railing Addies off stream to stay awake? No. Unfortunately, all of my narcolepsy is not drug induced. Your momentary silence from you had me worried that you lost confidence in Revlon, so I sold all my Jan 35s for break even. Good for you, man. Here's the deal. If Revlon is still on the screen, I'm still bullish on it. That's actually how that works. Otherwise, I wouldn't own any of it, right? I mean, yeah, 237.50s are a volatility play. They're just not a very good one. I don't own any Bobby. I'm talking in the positions over here. See all the Revlon? Still bullish. You guys think you're funny, but you actually just discourage people from looking at the investment. Which isn't gonna help you out. No, I don't, Sage. Mostly annoying. Schooled them, Pickle Man. Think SPX fills the gap? That'd be kind of insane. You know the feeling when you get stopped out of your SPY puts and then the market tanks 300 BPS? No. Not today, I don't wrestle my jimmies. Not today. This 400 resistance isn't looking very strong. I mean, we're still at it, so that's a plus. Revlon is not going to 190 fucking dollars. You're waiting for an opportunity to enter GME calls today or tomorrow? I don't know. Maybe both. I'm gonna buy some this week. Which ones I buy? I don't know yet because I haven't started buying them. Better chance at 3x digits in a year, Rev or Fubo? Neither one. Popcorn Trader, I regret telling anybody about any of my positions every single day. Would October 14th be enough theta for OPEX? Why would you buy weekly calls? You know why? Because you're greedy and you want more leverage instead of just buying the monthly strike, which is liquid and has tighter spreads. Thank you, Posty. Better chance of being worth 0. Rev or Fubo? Oh, definitely Revlon. Fubo isn't even a squeeze play, is it? No. But everyone thinks everything's a squeeze play. If someone held a gun to your head and said you had to go full port into Bobby or AMC, which would you pick? I just let them shoot me in the fucking head. Yeah, gun. Pick the gun. No, no one said squeeze play. Go away, squeeze people. Sticking to 0.2, 0.3 delta, 1021. 35's looking pretty prime. Yeah, probably. Couldn't the pickle jar squeeze the spy? No? Not even a little bit. Every time someone asks you about rev bullishness, a port loses their port. On another note, for all of this thinking everything is a squeeze, eat more fiber. Thanks, carbon based. Also, yeah, you should definitely take fiber supplements. Fiber's lacking in the modern diet. It's good stuff. Grook's actually massive in Japan and has a huge underground following. In the Japanese penny stock scene, they call him Mr. Pickleson. Spy Green, end of day, trust. Yeah, I don't know about that. Preferred Vega play would be on GME right now. You know, I haven't looked into it a lot. I'm not gonna lie. But probably wrong chart. I was thinking like October 60s or 5750s. Because you get like 0.012 for a little bit cheaper than you get it in the Jan 23s. Like yeah, a little bit cheaper Vega. So probably October 60s. 57, 60, 55's not bad. 6250 is pretty even. It's just, 0.01. But you get like 0.02 for $4 more, 4 cents more on the 5750s. So I think that might be best value. But I'll wait till I'm ready to position on them, which may be a little bit. Think we see any OPEX action? I mean, it looks pretty good so far. I'm looking forward to it. We have better confirmation than we had in August, like way better. We'll see how it goes. Gotta watch for that last minute thresholding of XRT on Friday. That's on Jan 200Cs. Why? Like, I understand that the rate of increase on Vega is better on them. But I don't know how much these actually move up with price. They're 0.017 for 36 cents. But on the Octobers, you can get 0.12 for 30 cents. If I had a dime for every time you asked to reinforce someone's overextended investment decision, I'd be able to afford a pigeon whale. Oh, wait. Thank you so much, man. Is selling CCs risky right now? Yeah. Unless you're way out of the money, and then they're probably not worth it. I think the Gen 23750s have like way less Vega. 0.014? They're about the same. Let me see. So they're a little cheaper for 0.003 less Vega. But these are more which has better delta sensitivity? These are 0.04. These are 0.07. So these have a little bit better delta sensitivity, which is gonna, like, as delta increases, that's gonna drive up their Vega, right? So I'd have to look at the curve on them, but I think the October 21s might be better. Vexity. I feel like the more we fail to break 400, the more perts start to take profits. And if calls haven't sold out on indices, we may really move up. We're strangely stable considering the bad news. Well, the bad news is delayed, and yeah, we're very stable. I agree with the put profit taking. Big straddles, like weekly straddles, set up at close yesterday. I know I had one. I already took profits. I would expect if the VIX drops or continues to drop, that we'll start to pull, like the indices will start to pull up. And maybe tomorrow though. You're still bullish on GME ETF rebalancing after the split. I mean, not so much bullish on it, but curious as to what'll happen. I think there's a possibility that, there's shares that need to be bought by ETFs. Maybe large numbers of them. What strike and expiry did you choose for CSPs on Upstart? 2750, September 2023. Or September 23rd. Sorry, 2022. I used Google to look up what Vega was. Awesome. Good for you, Bipolar Bear. Do you think if ETF rebalancing brings SPY down more? Or why? Usually not. SPY's an ETF. It also has a dividend. Fubo, a $40 price target? That's a bit much. It's shorted, not heavily. Like 30%. What had you interested in it way back when you got stopped out before the big drop? It just ran, it just had really volatile cycles like GME did. So I'd bought some on a dip and I was just selling covered calls on it from, I don't know, like June of last year through November. Whatever happened with the entropy swap a couple of months ago? They just let it expire with no run because of the split. We broke Gamma Max after the split on August 8th. Look at our price action from August 8th. At what point do you worry about theta decay on the Jan 23 rev options? Won't they start to decline in value the closer we get to January? Yes. And but we're not that close to January yet. I was down 50% on my long-term SPY puts yesterday, down about 15% today. I still don't believe in the thesis, but I think about cutting these and rolling up into nearer the money strikes. What strikes do you have right now? Like, how far out of the money are you? If you averaged them down yesterday, you probably would be up today. But if you think you need more theta or something, you know, I guess while they're up's not a bad time. If I did that though, I'd probably wait for more upside before repositioning. Like I wouldn't just straight roll it. I would probably close and then try to get in a little cheaper on a move to the upside. Any idea when the Rex inverse GME ETF will start trading? No, but who cares? Did you buy back covered calls yet? Just the 30s. The 35s and 40s are still out. I'm not buying those back. SPY can't hold 400. You're right, it could bounce off of it. But selling CSPs on Fubo a good idea at the moment. I would be pretty careful with that, actually. Let's see. 3 days to expiration. Like, are fives even worth it? Fives are 14 bucks. Probably not worth it. $20.25 leaps just came out on GME. Ooh. Those are fun. There's no OI. The spreads are atrocious, but interesting. Hmm. Why is Jimmy crawling up? Net negative gamma. So the market maker buys into positive price action. So Jimmy is like, will move up big on upticks in the indices. Still below delta neutral? No, just above it. Actually, cross of delta neutral is kind of bullish. We might move back up to like 30. I think 31.25, 32.50 are safe. A little riskier, but not terrible. There's a lot of put gamma at 30. If I sold those, I wouldn't sell them till it broke 30. Most of the time I see you draw lines using bodies, but occasionally you'll use the wicks. I mean, sometimes the wick's the only thing that's there. I consider, like, trends on wicks to be weaker and less reliable. That doesn't mean they don't exist. So I acknowledge their existence. I just don't like them as much as ones that are more volume backed. Frequently you'll see me draw both. You'll see me draw like the inner volume backed trend and then the outer like volatility trend. There's signs in equity as a volatility play besides OPEX runs. High volatility cycles, like much higher than average volatility. Lots of far out of the money call interest and put interest, because that's how they hedge. The spy's flat. Jimmy's not inversing it, right? So what you're seeing is that you're seeing active funds buy and then the market makers buy into the rising price. As long as we're below that gap, like Gex flip point, it'll keep doing that. I think that breaks at it'll probably start to break down at 30, maybe 29.50. We hit 29.50 or 30, the market maker is going to start selling into the rising price. Why aren't you buying Roblox? Why would I ever buy that? I'm 2 weeks sober on Jimmy and doing good in life. Finally talking to my children again. Thank you. Congratulations, Peter. Does anybody have an answer on that? Like why the fuck would anyone buy Roblox? Let's see here. Spy flow looking like. It's just chopping between bullish and bearish. Lots of sold puts, lots of bought puts. Check your Ko-Fi. I picked up 4 boxes of the TJ's pumpkin mini ice cream cones. Just FYI to make some room in your deep freezer. Oh, I think I had those last year. I'm not a big fan of pumpkin spice. Shaken Lakin. I bought Roblox because I like to use the icebreaker. You know I own Roblox when I'm IMing with children. Okay. Like, are you trying to one-up children while playing Roblox? FBI, him, right there. I don't know. I don't know if he's just trying to like lord it over children that he can buy stocks, or he's catfishing them. Like, oh yeah, guys, my garage is full of Roblox gift cards. Who wants some Robux? Just driving around in an ice cream van. Which one is it? My 11-year-old spends 90% of his money on Roblox. You should tell him to get a job. Tell people to stay away from my role. I have one job in life and I will not have this stolen from me. Only I am the Sammy guy. Alright, relax, ice cream Danwich. Cliff diving? Maybe. There's just no, like, gamut of the downside, though. We fell below that. That's bad. Okay. Interesting. General price target for OPEX is Gamma Max, correct? How much higher do you see Jimmy going if we could get split obligations on top of our OPEX run? Who the fuck knows? I have no idea. I don't know what the split obligations are, if there are any. That's highly speculative. Sorry, I have performance anxiety and imposter syndrome. I fear I'm not good enough and only want to do this job for you the best I can. It's okay. I'm not assigning anyone else to retrieve sandwiches for me. Relax. What do I want to look at? What's doing good today? Let's see why Rivian's running. Fucking stock makes no sense. Fix moving up. Flirting with 26. Nerve did a thing. Ooh. It's kind of awesome. Cut calls and ride puts or wait? Questions. Market crash? No. At least not yet. Curious. Good time to think about longer dated Sherwin-Williams calls. How's Sherwin doing right now? Oops. Oh, no, I got it. Ooh, big drop. Maybe. It could go a little lower. Maybe not a bad time to like consider DCAing. I don't know. Like 232 would be a better target if it keeps moving down. When's their earnings? I don't know when their next earnings is. October 25th? Yeah, maybe, but I'd target like 32 to 232 to 228 before starting to enter positions, and then I'd watch for more downside because it could move a little bit lower. Spy bottom found? I don't know about that. Slipping 400 was bad. I just started the Intelligent Investor and realized what I've been doing these last 20 months wasn't investing and also not intelligent. That is probably accurate. Girk's ice cream sandwich. I demand a fight to the dearth for the name stealing. Oh shit. Jimmy's not inverting the SPY. It's just moving up more on the upticks than the SPY is. If the SPY moves up hard, Jimmy will too, though. Most likely. Utilization rose a bunch yesterday on the market uptrend, so let's see how much of that gets offloaded today. Oh, okay. It's a battle of the Danwiches. Options. 30th. Calls. $82. Interesting. I like those. After looking at the financials, I'm starting a good long-term hold here, you think? It's not terrible. I have no interest in buying the underlying stock, but it doesn't look bad if it's something you're interested in. I think the biggest problem is they're pretty impacted by rate hikes. Like the increasing rates aren't good for their debt, which is hurting their earnings a bit. Can you play me a song to celebrate moving into my new office? Yeah. Absolutely.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Is that the only one marching around the house to Pickles on Parade with the kids before school as the market melted? Maybe? You got it, Kendra. He kept his job. Yeah, they're gonna continue to employ him, even though he spends his entire day trading. I don't think the downside in the market's gonna ruin any potential for OPEX. No stop on your SPXX calls? No, not well, not yet. The wash sale is assigned to you when you file your taxes. That has nothing to do with your brokerage. If I did 395 or lower, I don't know. Waiting to see if it gets any support. I don't have a stop on the calls. I mean, the calls are already paid for, so. I bought a SPY call at 0.3, then sold at 0.15. How am I down $15? Should be down, that's $15. Options pricing is price times 100. Oh my god. If options were just like 30 cents, I'd buy so fucking many of them. We close the week around 25 for GME. Do you think $40 calls for OPEX are greedy? I'll probably be buying some 40s either way. $100 BPS on the table now for the FOMC next week? It could be, yeah. What's butter? A margarine account or a cash account? Margarine accounts are the best. Or I can't believe they're not cash accounts. Depending on your preference. That's Do you think the SPY still has momentum to the downside? I mean, it lost a lot of momentum to the downside at market open. But yeah, it could continue carrying down to like 39.50 or 395. We'll see. What's a good price point to start entering short midterm cat calls? Um, this one's not terrible. Like the upside on this isn't the worst. Interesting. Buy some more of these. AMD valuation same like when they were making 1/3 the money. Bullish. Yeah, pretty bullish on AMD. I'm trying to think of the like time horizon that I want on it. I really like this price point. I'm also kind of waiting to see what the market does, but probably $80 strike. Give myself like 45 DTE. I don't know. Dated after CES? Yeah, maybe. What are your thoughts on RSI as an indicator? It's not my favorite. I use it sometimes, but at its extremes, it's almost useless. So like below 20 or above 80, um, it doesn't really fucking tell you anything unless you're looking out on like the weekly or daily. And as far as like the reliability of its indications, they kind of suck. Like you could use it to confirm other analysis, but I wouldn't use it as the backbone of any analysis. There's something specific you making you bullish on stocks beyond the Fed rate hike. If you think the rate hike will drop the market, I'm mostly bullish into the rate hike. I'm not really that bullish after it. I mean, obviously, you know, the rate hike isn't going to like trigger a market crash, but it'll drop the prices probably across the board. Price target for Amazon down at 120 despite the post earnings gap being filled. Mm, sure, but I'd give myself some time on it. I not have enough puts for an early SLD sell off. Oh. That's a, no puts for CPI? I almost want to close my like longer dated puts here and buy back in a few days. I mean, also Upstart, which you seem to still be really confused about. Upstart has like other things going on besides just, like the macro environment. It's not like a mega cap. Like AMD, sure. That's going to be heavily affected by a drop in indexes. But Upstart's got a lot of it. Like Upstart's on reg share right now. It's got a lot of other shit happening. And Upstart actually benefits from increased rates. Uh like their debt doesn't, but their profitability does because they're a lender. Yeah, what'll be important for Upstart, Bob, is if it runs on OPEX while on reg show. How about SoFi? They'll probably do better into like Q3 4, probably more Q4. But I fucking hate SoFi, so do without what you will. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, they're like okay. The problem with SoFi is all of the insiders just sell fuck tons of covered calls on it and crush IV. Every time it runs, everyone just sells a shitload of covered calls. Like big institutions. It's already like worth what it's worth. Like it doesn't have like a lot of growth potential. And they do stupid shit with their money, like buy baseball stadiums. It's not a very good wheeling stock. Like the premiums suck. They're stuck on the rate hike. Yeah, they're a lender, so lenders benefit from rate hikes over time. Obviously not the current earning period, but the following. CPI ruined my chance to buy 136p's on Amazon. Big sad. I'll give it a few days. If there's one thing this market loves to do, it's rally into bearish news. Yeah, Ivy on Jamie is super fucking low right now. Did Jamie pop back up over the trend line? I didn't even look. Oh, it did. Yeah, that's really good, actually. God damn it. Yeah, look. So Jamie popped back up over its trend line. It's kind of bullish. We wanted to hold this range into OPEX, ideally. I wonder how that lines up with our previous price action. Yeah, and back in May we slipped below and then came back up over, or well, tested the high side, but then consolidated into the run. So ideally we hold the trend until next week. Drop a little bit below, and then we've got some room for upside. Looks good. Yeah, looks very similar. I have 30 weeklies expiring Friday. Am I fucked? On what stock? Also, why? When did Upstart go on Reg Show? Oh, it was like 5 days ago, I think. 5 or 6 days ago, something like that. Is entering your OPEX position completely based off timing, or are there other indicators you look for? Most of it's just not buying theta that I don't need. Like, why buy today when I could buy tomorrow at the same price or next Monday? Like, if IV's not ticking up, why would I give a shit? I also have no fear of missing out at all. Which seems to constantly plague a large chunk of you. Do you think Jan 2022 950Cs are still good IV play? Well, they don't exist anymore, so no. Also, Jan 2022 is over. So there are, not only are there no 950s, January 2022 was months and months ago. 9 months ago. On Jimmy, because I eat my soup with a fork. Yeah, probably. I don't know why you'd buy weeklies on GME this week. OPEX is next week. I bought last week and I'm still up 30-40%. That doesn't seem possible. Oh, at 23? Did you buy leaps? Good for you. I mean, at the cost of leverage, though. What do you think the odds of Jimmy ending the week above 30 are? That'll depend on the indices. If the indexes come back up into the end of the week and call interest on GME remains high, GME could pull back up to the $30 range. Otherwise, it's kind of unlikely. Do not expect any price action. So the ETF rebalances begin on Friday, but they carry out for like 3 days. So they carry out into Wednesday of the following week for S and Standard and Poor indexes. For Russells, they think they start on Monday or Tuesday next week and then carry out until like Friday. How do you feel about 10/21/40s for OPEX? Not terrible. I'm just not buying them right now. Ew, what cat doing? It failed the test of the resistance. Did the market tank the last time ETFs rebalanced? No? How do you feel about 9/16/50s for OPEX? Well, first of all, they're super far out of the money. Secondly, they expire on OPEX before the settlement period. How do you feel about Macy's? Okay. OPEX gonna be NOPEX? We'll see. Could be. Only one way to find out. Sort of dumb question. Do you usually wait for confirmation before entering calls to prevent as much loss as possible instead of maximizing gains? Or are you waiting for something else? I'm just waiting for theta. There's no reason to buy a contract now that I can buy for less money in 4 days or 5 days. I don't give a shit about the price. I'm going to spend roughly the same amount of money and get roughly the same amount of leverage regardless of what GME does. Like if I want to buy $135 calls, I can buy them at any time between now and when GME is at $35. I'm I'm not trying to like pinch pennies and pay for theta that I'm not going to fucking use. Yeah, Rev's still the play. Until it isn't, or it's delisted. In June on the CPI print? But that was like June it dropped on the CPI print, not on the ETF rebalance. It dropped for like SLD and super shitty inflation. Then it ran up like an obscene amount. I think it tested like 392. It went up like 800 basis points in like 4 days. When would you get out of the rev position if it keeps going sideways? Like November? I don't care if it goes sideways. It's not going down. Why would you give a shit if it's going sideways? I feel like people have bought Rev and understand nothing about it. Nothing happens to the options if it's delisted. I see Rev on the screen. I know you have shares and calls. I know you have standing buy orders. But are you bullish on it? Fucking Christ. Truth be told, not all of us pigeon whales have money like you, so we have to time our entries correctly for OPEX. Okay. I mean, calls are cheap right now. Price is pretty low. What else do you want? You don't know what calls to buy? I can't help you with that. I don't think any buying of Revlon is bearish for a squeeze play. Even if ETFs buy in and there's some liquidity unlocked. Remember, if some liquidity on Revlon is unlocked, they will use it, and that will generate price action. I'm definitely not buying AMC Leaps, Nesquick, and I'm not giving up on Revlon. Oh, I'm not that mean. I already said we don't know if we're going to see an additional sell-off for SLD or not. Much of the sell-off may have already occurred. Do you think SPY will claw its way back over 400 at some point? I think some people in here, including myself, are trying to balance on the thin line of creating an OPEX position in time and not missing it, but also adhering to what you say and not buying. I mean, I'm not buying. I don't see how that like affects anybody else though. I just don't want to pay for theta. Like, I'm going to hold options for 3 days and then sell them. That's all they're for, right? So I'm targeting a window of like 3 days. And then if there's no price action, I sell off the options. So why the fuck would I buy options weeks in advance for this 3-day period? I can just buy them on Friday or Monday. We were supposed to buy Rev. I bought a Rav. Is there a chance that it might squeeze? I don't know. I guess if you park it in like a really small garage. Gork, red candles is play dead? No worries, BMG. I have bought Am and Upstart already. Can't you see that you're a god of stocks? You move the markets. People worship you, Pickle Man. That's ridiculous. With regards to the potential ETF rebalance, with Russell's extending towards the end of the week, do you think you might hold calls past that Wednesday if no pecs? Well, if there's rebalances, like the Russell ETFs aren't used nearly as heavily as like XRT, right? If there's action from the rebalances, we'll realize it before that period, right? And if GME starts moving up during the OPEX period, yeah, I'll hold on to my calls. Should I get in way too early or miss the low? Up to you, man. If you've played OPEX enough times, people should have their own strategies for it by now. Nope. No strategies. Okay, you have a strategy. That is a strategy. You ever consider getting one of the soundboards with canned responses? I've thought about it, yeah. Buy too late, hold too long. Worked every other OPEX. Why change it now? I mean, I don't mind if people are new and trying to learn. That's fine. But a lot of it's people who've been here forever. I know who they are, right? Like I see the same names in chat every day. Like a lot of the people asking me, it's like their fifth OPEX position. Like 16 months in, still not sure what calls to buy. All the positions for OPEX Prestige are in the like DD. My strategy is ghosting your play, holding out too long, missing my window, and selling at the bottom for maximum losses. Nice. I didn't get to be a pigeon whale without having somewhat of a strategy when doing things. I've learned more than any of these pores have. Fair enough. Or did you just make a lot of money on BBBY? / March OPEX. My favorite is when the stock goes up like 50%, and then people are like, I lost money. And it's like 50% over like 7 days. Chill. Revlon's probably not going to get delisted. Kirk knows me in a biblical sense. Now 82% chance for 75 BPS and 18% chance for 100 BPS hike being reported. I'm going to lean on 100. As we potentially enter a stagflaty market, will you be considering debit spreads or put calendar spreads? I'll just sell strangles on everything. I have videos on OPEX positioning that you could go look at. See, I don't mind. No, don't get me wrong. I don't mind the dumb questions. I mind the questions that I cannot answer for you. Like, I have no idea how much money you have. I have no idea what your risk tolerance is. I have no way to tell you like what strike is best for your position, right? Like, you have to have some knowledge of how to trade options before you start trading options. Yes, it is, Lee McHale. It's options as a strategic investment. I've also made good money off Cat, Me, and Spurt. Just lost a lot of it on Freg's Day and last Feb when I rolled my calls at big lows. That was rough. When market crashes and there are margin calls, will that cause significant increase in Jamie's price per DD on SS? Probably not. L. Vanderland, welcome to Long Johnson, man. Thank you so much. Did Rev show high correlation to other ETFs? Less. Mostly the illiquid ones, but not so much like IWM and IWO. Or VTI is like, I mean, VTI is too big for it to really show any effect from Revlon, right? Assume negative money. My risk tolerance is 100%, and I have $11. Not a meme, I promise. What does it take to create, run an ETF? Big fat pile of cash. Probably some knowledge on how to program algorithms. That's about it. Oh, and yep, no, that's it. The big pile of cash solves the other problems. I'm trying to sell CCs to cover my expenses. I have an undisclosed amount of expenses and shares. What strike should I sell for any ticker to cover my basis? Thanks. Yeah. Okay. I'm not a member of any secret societies that I know of. Every time a new member joins, I always insert and hum said new member's level song in my head. That is all. Thanks. Thank you, Mighty Potato. I have a huge port valued around $100, and I want to sell CCs to generate $1 million a month to cover some basic expenses. Think I can do this without any real risk? No. I'm not a centaur. I DM'd you all of my brokerage login info. JJG broke to the upside last night. It looks super good. I'm stoked on my leaps. I love that we're at the point in the cycle where we're just asking the dumbest possible questions and trolling ourselves. I mean, this 2 week period, like before OPEX or NOPEX, is always just a nasty, nasty grind. It always sucks. Everyone's super uncertain. You have that big swing into this week where everyone's really bearish and they're like, I can't believe I'm holding this piece of shit stock another quarter. And then like midweek this week, everyone gets super bullish and they're like, I'm trying to buy calls. When do I buy them? Where do I buy my calls? I want more calls. And then, next week, Monday and Tuesday, no price action happens and everyone freaks out and they're like, it's no packs. I sold everything. And then the price runs. It's the same thing every time, month after month. I feel like I'm living in that fucking Bill Murray movie, Groundhog's Day. If nothing else, it's the best confirmation that we will run. As soon as people start freaking out next week and saying they sold, I'm buying calls. What's the next couple of levels of support on SPX? I'm only listening to audio. I mean, it's bouncing on support right now. 3978. It bounced right off of it. Well, 3972 is where it bounced, but pretty close. Looks like it's starting to stabilize. I wouldn't say it's a reversing trend, but definitely some stabilization. We haven't had a good OPEX in months. I mean, we had May, and then we kind of ran in June and July. We had really nice August ETF FTDs. That was fucking sweet. I made a bunch of money on that. August 16th was kind of a surprise, but mostly I think due to BBBY running. Because the whole basket ran on the 16th. I have not, Mighty Potato. I started watching True Detective last night while I was trading futures. So now, not only does the pickle jar buy your CCs, you buy their underwater calls from them for pennies on the dollar. uh, how does this happen every OPEX after 18 months? We're all here every day, and you explain this repeatedly. I don't know. I mean, there's new people, which is cool, right? Um, uh, and then there's people that really don't have time to pay attention, which I understand. And then there's people that are just really dumb. So I think it's a combination of those factors. I'm sorry if you addressed this already, but what do you think there was the reason Jamie isn't tanking, being shorted with the market? I mean, it did tank. In case you weren't here this morning, it dropped hard like a fucking rock. It's fairly stable and it's supported on the downside by gamma neutral and has resistance on the upside at delta neutral. So it's kind of stuck in a channel based on the positioning in its options chain. The market maker hedge is net negative gamma, so the market maker is buying into rising prices and selling into falling prices. So, you know, volatile, but within a very narrow channel. Since BBY switched to CSP gang across the market, up 10% of my whole port in 3 weeks. Good things don't last, do they? No. How's today? Because everything dropped like a rock this morning. That's got to be rough having CSPs out right now. Just gonna roll, I assume. I got 70 Jan $70 calls. Smart enough. I mean, you're not gonna lose money if nothing happens. If something big happens, you'll make money. The problem is if something not so big happens, you probably will just break even, which is fine, I guess. It's not the worst way to position. Should have 9:40 for my doctor appointment. Hypertension at 9:30. Waited over a fucking hour. Nurse has the audacity to say my blood pressure is elevated. Well, I mean, that's what you're there for, right? I'm sure they didn't help you out, but first season? Season 2 not so much. I'll find out. Yeah, first season's pretty good so far. I'm here listening every day, and the first time I've heard you mention OPEX. Do you have a rough price target estimate yet if OPEX happens? Yeah, 10 to 12% above whatever Gamma Max is at the time. So if OPEX happened today, $4 above that price on the screen, roughly. Don't forget, a lot of times people are being facetious. I know. That's the worst part. Because it doesn't come across well in like text, right? Like it just seems like that there's a swarm of idiots who have no idea what they're doing versus people like trolling me. I sent you a DM of what I think each time you say I'm not a centaur. But I'm not a centaur. Like, I'm 11 years old and using my dad's retirement account to full port into DGen plays. Give me a break. I hope that's not true. That would not be illegal. In what way is high CPI bad for GME when they have next to no debt? GME is part of an index. Most of the institutional ownership in GME is ownership that tracks indexes. Index go down, GME go down. It's still part of the market. We live in a fucking society, people. What's up, DV? You guys still doing this? Who knew? Also, I would never troll you, Pickle Man. Promise. You're so full of shit, Gaff. You're here early. It's not even Cena's time yet. No, I did not say GME is the market. I said it's part of the market. not putting on makeup. It's too much work. Fubo back to $4? No. Fubo back to 439.5. Forced to take an early lunch. Work meetings from 12:30 on. Puts on my sanity. Are you at least at Kava? You need to go to your happy place. Do you still believe 30 CCs for this week on Jamie are risky? If so, why? Because if the market moves up hard, the market maker is going to be buying into the rising price, which will accelerate GME's upside movement. Dangerous. Also, not really worth it, right? Like, for $30 of credit. Selling more upstart puts? Maybe. I'm probably going to roll them. But we'll see. I'll give it a few days. Stopped at a kava while in Florida. Didn't even have braised lamb and still call themselves a kava. I sent a strongly worded letter to corporate. Florida blows. It does. It's really terrible there. It's like New Jersey, but hotter. I don't troll. I just figured that some people are just dumb category. So I'm feeling very attacked today. If I'm being honest, if YouTube with strangers isn't a safe place, what is? It's okay. You can hang out on my balcony again, Mr. Diggs. I saw a tweet from that Lightning Warrior guy. I can't believe that people still think GME is a hedge for the incoming market apocalypse. I mean, it'll be very cheap at the bottom of the crash. Port is up for the last 3 weeks since I've been learning to take profit. Thanks for repeating that nonstop for months to get my wrinkles. Ooh in chat. Thanks, rockets to the moon. Florida's so much better than New Jersey, says resident Florida guy. They both have beaches. What's the difference? Same people. I think there is some credence to why the PiFi's idea that MMs are buying all the shares sold off on Rev to hedge. Hence why we have lower lows and recoveries are so fast. Yeah, there's no liquidity. Can you explain how Japan, holding our debt, struggling with their inflation, could be a catalyst for a market crash in the US? Yeah, because they need to fix their massive margin in inflation. The best way for them to do that is to sell off the huge amount of US treasuries they hold. If they do that, that will very, very negatively affect the US markets. And they need to do something because I think there's like a 20% gap between their PPI and CPI. How low can you see Fubo getting from CPI numbers? Everything's kind of stabilizing right now. If the market continues to slide, everything will drop. I think the market's finding some stability here just under 400. Starting to see more puts closed off. I prefer the company of the folks at Lake Havasu. I don't know. I think maybe some people just have really hard time making decisions or committing to things. Right? Like, I have people asking me today about how low Fubo will go who were freaking out yesterday that they would miss an opportunity to buy in. Now there's an opportunity to buy in much cheaper than yesterday's price, and they're still not sure if they should buy in. Like, you can't fix that because they haven't done any research, and so they have no idea what they should be paying for it. How many alligator attacks happen in New Jersey? It's probably some number greater than 0. What's stopping them? I mean, Japan invented turning the money printer on. So they just, their central bank just keeps providing liquidity. But eventually that has to stop. Thanks, Grackle. Welcome to Cornishon, man. Bithead will be disappointed to hear that you're no longer on the Bithead plan. What are your thoughts on PPI tomorrow? Probably not as bad as CPI was today. Do you think the market is overreacting to CPI data? I think it's a combination of the CPI data sell-off and then a panic sell-off for supplemental liquidity deposits. So I think you're seeing the combined effect of the two. Like, people who had to sell assets this week to make their SLD deposits, probably sold when the market was dropping in order to get the best possible price in the near term, right? Like, you don't want to, like, with the CPI data print and the negative news, the market could drop much lower. So, they panic sell at the top, essentially. Because you're not going to risk waiting for it to bounce back and then, maybe missing, 300 BPS of value on the assets you're selling. We all know that if the market drops, revs stay same. It's the simple jack of the markets right now. Yeah, Revlon's still at $6. It seems like it's expensive when it's cheap. Yeah, things have a tendency to be that way. They're always most expensive at the bottom and cheapest at the top. That's just how people think, right? It's hard to overcome that psychology, I guess. Haven't had much time to pay attention. We still bull on Rev? Yep. Can't tell if the memes in Discord are legit or just trolling. Absolute trolling. How is socializing losses not socialism? Like big bailouts, corps passing on costs to all customers, or gathering profits. Well, it is. It's just, it only benefits the corporations and upper brackets of society. In order to maintain status quo, it's cheaper to socialize losses. Otherwise, you'd have to fundamentally change the system. Did you expect core inflation that bad? I expected the CPI at like 8.3, um, which I kind of discussed yesterday. I actually said 8.3 or 8.4. Um, Core accelerated a little faster than I expected. Core, I thought we might see like 0.4, but it was 0.6. That was kind of crazy. But it does that, right? Like it's going to start accelerating exponentially. So the Fed needs to address it right away. In what way they can, which is by, deflating more asset bubbles, which means shit's going to drop. Man, that's interesting. Thanks for putting it that way. No problem. I made $100. I'm happy. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I did pretty good today on the drop. Like the straddle offset the gains, but it was still really decent. The question I have now is, do I sell off longer term puts that are now in the money, or do I just hold on to them? I don't know yet. Not FTDs associated with the split, but there could be obligations due in ETFs because of the split. So, but they're not FTDs, but shares owed to the net asset baskets of ETFs that are used to supply liquidity to GME. And in turn, owed to their shareholders via the ETF's pro rata agreements. Really speculative, but very possible. Because, we see these dividend splits and they lead to run ups. And, the reason I thought this up is they have to get the liquidity immediately from somewhere to satisfy the split. Like if you're short, right? You immediately need to find the liquidity somewhere. And the best place to go is ETFs. And then, we see Tesla and Nvidia both run dramatically on the OPEX date in the following quarter after their splits, which, correlates to using ETFs for liquidities for liquidity purposes. But I mean, hard to prove. Like it's hard to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Like there could be a million reasons they ran that have nothing to do with ETFs. So we'll see if it happens on GME or it doesn't. We don't know. For Fubo FOMers, they can just sell October 21 $5 CSP for a nice premium, give them a cost basis under 4. I think that's how I'll do my entry as well. The problem they have with that is if it goes above 5, then they've missed out on the upside that they so badly wanted to capture. Here's the deal, if there's a stock and you want to buy it because you're afraid that it's going to go up before you enter or have exposure, um if you don't have exposure, it's still going to do the thing it does, right? So if it's going up and you're like, I don't know if I should buy it because what if it goes down and then it keeps going up? You don't have any exposure because you hesitated. You can't hesitate. Like you can think things through, you can do your research, but when it's time to enter something and you've done all that and you want exposure to something, you just need to fucking commit. I don't know. We could. I haven't really followed the downside supports of Macy's too much, but the like $18 and $17 supports seem pretty strong. Thanks for all the knowledge you drop on us poors. Because of you, I've managed to grow enough capital for a deposit on a house. These past 7 months have been crazy. I can't wait for the next 7. Legend. Dude, thank you so much, Chester. Congratulations, man. That's fucking awesome. I made $100 selling CCs on my GME shares, but I'm down like 3K due to the price drop. Hashtag winning. Congratulations, Jeff G. Just a thought on OPEX. Won't the parties who need buying hold off until they release the rate hikes to buy into the downward price movement? Not necessarily, right? Like the cash settlement shit is due within T+2. The ETF rebalance stuff is due by the time of the audit, which both come before the Fed announcement. So, or at least for the S&P ETFs. I'm sure they'll try to offset as much buying as they can, but buying's buying, and GameStop's still illiquid. If someone's buying a lot of GameStop, regardless of the market conditions, it's going to move up. Because, frankly, there's not that much of it to sell off. What's up, Hamad Ahmed? Wants me to add a message here? Sup? I still think the market could bounce in the next week and a half after the news. Yeah, I do. I bought more calls this morning and like reset the long side of my straddle closer to the money. Are we gonna slide sideways the rest of the week, or do you think we could see some serious downside? We may see like a, you know, it'd be excuse me, would be really bullish is if we see like a pretty strong short on Friday. I don't think we will, but it'd be cool if we did. Free vacation, what's up, man? Thanks to you, I now get Ferrero Rocher ads everywhere. Shill. Anyway, just joined the stream because of work. Nice T+2 action to come. We'll see. I'm got some money on it, so my coworker asked if I'm in on Piton because he saw it on Wall Street Bets. I started shilling Fubo. Hopefully I saved his money. Yeah. Are people bullish on Peloton again? They keep trying to play a bounce on that, but then Peloton keeps killing infants. So tough. Thanks to the knowledge you taught me, I can finally afford the sex dungeon of my dreams. Also, are you still bullish on Revlon? Yes. And congratulations on your sex dungeon. Is that where you do all your trading from now? It's not really a sex dungeon. It's just a flagellation chamber, and all that's in there is a trading setup. He buys far out of the money calls, and then when they expire worthless, he goes, yeah, you like that, don't you? Who's a naughty little trader? He is. Am I missing anything that would probably make SPY 403C a bad idea? I'm expecting a small rebound by Friday. And I'm looking at 919 with a position that is less than 3% of my port. I mean, it may not be a great idea, but yeah, I think the market's gonna move back up a little bit. Too many long positions got stuck up there at 415. Can you take a look at a penny bio stock? I know it's your favorite. Stage 3 trials. FDA skips stage 1 and 2. Microcap float below cash value. No options. PTE is ticker. Oh, God. Um, and they just sold off 8 million shares to a private investor. So the float's incorrect. I mean, it looks terrible. I assume you're just playing news, so I mean, all you can do with those is buy in and wait. Doesn't look like they've been very successful in the past. Do people trade options based on row? You can, yeah. How? You can sell like out of the money options calls, or you can buy out of the money calls and wait for like row to increase as long as they have theta value. Or yeah, so you buy out of the money calls or you sell puts, like out of the money puts. And then, like, because calls go up in value when row increases and puts go down. I'm gonna delete the fucking Rev channel if one more person asks me if I'm bullish on Rev still. I'm gonna move it into the Billionaires Country Club. Yep, there it is. Now, if everyone behaves, I'll bring it back at the end of the day. How many times do I have to ask you before you just don't bring it back? Just delete the pores. That's the real answer, right? Then I don't have to deal with them. Especially late at night when they post weird shit. What tier is considered a pour? No tier. Are you bullish on every single stock in the Pores channel? Fubo, GME, Rev, BBBY, AMC? I just want to know your bullishness levels on all of these stocks. I'm bullish on all of them besides AMC. Some of the biggest trolls are billionaires. Are you bullish on poor people stocks? Yeah. I didn't say BBBY to 25. Ever. I never said that. Not since August 15th. Can we make the stream pigeon whales only for the rest of the day? No, that's not fair. Do we still look at Nerve? Not yet. Thoughts on DRS? Just got a great low fill on FXY calls for March 23rd. Japan CPI due 919. Rate decision due 921. Oh, nice. No, I've just removed people's ability to type in the Revlon chat. It's still there. Did you read my Ko-Fi? Probably not. Fuck fairness. This is the stock market. Exactly. Hey, Gurk, on Twitch they have bot commands for FAQs. Rev, for example, would pop up a little blurb on Rev that you can update for the day. Does does YouTube have anything like that? Probably. Are we posting on SS about the possibility to DRS the entire Rev float to expose the shorts? I don't know. Is anyone here not banned from Super Stonk? You may have taken our voices, but you'll never take our reactions. I need to figure out how to make Revlon. I need to figure out how to make the Revlon chat pigeon whale only. Not banned, but every time I post there, I get bullied. Yeah, they're into that. I didn't catch the Seahawks Broncos game last night. I don't I don't watch football. Spy finally bouncing a little bit. It's moving up. Unsubbing again. This is a good spot to strangle the spy with 400C and 398 Ps. Probably not, no. The spy is gonna be pretty volatile. Zero DTE? Yeah, there's zero DTEs for today, right? No. Tomorrow? One DTE? Risky. Yeah, too risky. I wouldn't strangle the spy. Especially not at 400. Hmm. 400, 398. It might not be a bad time to buy 398s, but it's a terrible time to buy 400s, if that makes sense. I don't know. How long? What would you strangle? Jimmy. Is it ever worth it to long hold things like DIA, SPY, or QQQ? I mean, yeah, they're really good for margin. I'm head mod of SS. Ask me anything. What's it like to pick your nose all day? We add to M and upstart positions. I might buy some more upstart. Maybe not. Maybe I'll buy more indices. Start. Hmm. Actually, I don't really want that. Just gonna spy 400 calls. What does Upstart do? They're a lender? Alright, Bob. Well, it's starting to bounce. 400Cs just got a lot better. They probably still suck a little bit, but I got filled, so we'll see what happens. What's up, DV? I became a billionaire. Was I supposed to have access to something? The Discord? I don't think I received access. Not sure. You have to link your YouTube and your Discord accounts, and then it'll unlock the secret channels, the secret society. Just curious if you think there's any way to play the upcoming Porsche IPO. No. I would stay away from it. Do you want to hold VW's bags for them? Who got the Dans started? The Dans are always started. Yeah, IPOs are worse than earnings. That's not how that works, Popcorn Trader. Sorry, it's in the contract. An IPO doesn't mean anything for the shorts. A new stock to short? Is it likely we'll trade in the $27 to $29 range till OPEX? $26 to $29 range. Right now, yeah. You guys know a stock has gone full cult / hopium when the "Are you guys still holding with me?" posts make them make up most of the sub. BBY sub, same like AMC sub. Uh Getting there. Maybe has more potential than AMC as a company, but not a lot more. BBBY could still run like one more time. I think the problem is there seems to be a large group of people that assume that it's some kind of like short squeeze play, and it's not. As a matter of fact, there really aren't any short squeeze plays. Most big shorts can just afford to hold their short positions. And you're definitely not squeezing them when they're fucking above water by $20. I'm just holding because there's no sense selling my 916 $35 calls for a 99% loss. Fair enough. I'm DRS. You guys are too, right? Right? Yeah, that's kind of what it turns into. Fear of what others are doing with a stock means that you probably own a shitty stock. Thank you so much, Spook. I hope you get better soon, man. What happens if we DRS computer shares? Oh, the same thing that happens when you DRS GME shares. Nothing. I'm liking HBI at 9. Dividends plus CCs. Generally, dividend stocks have really, really low options volatility. So they're not like the best CC stocks. It's pretty rare to find a stock that has both of those things. Can you lend shares that are DRS? No. But you can lend shares that aren't twice, or 3 times, or 4 times, or 20 times, or 180 times. I haven't ignored you all day. I've seen the things you've said. I just haven't responded to them. So I can run weekly CCs and grab an additional $50 to $80 a month. Okay, that's not so bad. Do you think we see a potential spike first week of October on Nerve? Near there, yeah. I was hoping options would open up on it soon, before that happens. So far, none, I don't think. Yeah, I think it was like October 5th. Have you sold any CCs for this week's expiration? Yeah, I have like 550 CCs out at 35 and 40. I have 220 DRS shares of the cost basis at 47 that I want to sell. Would it be dumb to sell them, for example, at 42 and take the loss? Yes. I don't know. How long can you hold them for? Is it hurting you that you're holding them? Like, I mean, if you need the money for something else, I don't see how you have a choice. But if you don't need the money immediately, why not just wait? Or, transfer them to a brokerage and sell covered calls on them and bring your cost basis down. Yeah, I'm watching them, Bob. I was the one who first brought up the play for specifically that reason. For GME OPEX, comparing premiums from June to September, same strikes as percentage over share price, same time to expiration divided by 4. Less than half the price. Cheap. Am I doing this right? Wait, what? Premiums from June to September. I mean, I don't see why you need to do that. That seems like a lot of steps. How much theta did you buy on your 400 calls? Tomorrow? During an OPEX run, what percentage of CCs are in the money near the peak and what percentage is out of the money? I still about 10 to 20% in the money and then the rest out of the money or out the money. Have you ever sold far out of the money long expiration cover calls to position an OPEX play with shorter expiration calls? EX sell GME 50 Jan CCs. Use premium to buy October 35 calls. I mean, I don't do it on GME, but I've done it on a lot of other stocks. Oh well, Shane. Hmm. After realizing the truth through this, I'm recalling my DRS shares back to Fidelity. Yeah, but what if I reinvest and make back that money and more with an actual good investment? GME isn't a bad investment. Also, probably far more resilient to the current economic conditions than a lot of other stocks you could find. I mean, sure, there'll be stocks that perform better, but are you going to buy them? Jamie will probably have positive earnings in like the next 2 quarters. When every other company is, downgrading their expectations, Jamie is going to print positive earnings probably by like Q4, maybe sooner. I don't really think I'd want to buy something different. I mean, obviously, if you think you have a better thesis on a different stock, I mean, you have a high cost basis, I'll say that much, but cost bases can be lowered. You can average down, you can sell covered calls. GME keeps saving money when executives leave. I mean, yeah, well, that's the thing, is there's a lot of people that bought for like the NFT marketplace, and they bought for the wrong reasons, right? And that's where you run into some issues. I want to buy Jimmy but cheaper. I mean, if we get like a significant run above like Gamma Max, or you could use like longer term like weighted VWAP averages, then yeah, you could sell at a loss, but remember um you're taking on a new position. If you've held that for a year, your new position is going to not have the tax benefit. Also, I don't know how accurate selling on CS is. I know you have to wait for them to like mail you a check. But like, could you time the top of a run like that from computer share? Like, it takes them like 15 minutes to fill a limit order. What subscription package has the pickles picks? Dillionaire. When you're looking to get in for OPEX calls, sorry if I missed it. I don't know. I was gonna buy some today, but now I'm not feeling it. I might buy some later. Have you ever been crippled by decision paralysis after walking into the bathroom and having to choose between sitting or standing depending on how bad you have to poop? I've never tried to do a standing poop. Like a squatting poop or just a full-on standing poop? Are you sure nothing good will come from a float that is 100% locked? Or are you just not interested in participating? I don't think that locking 100% of it will ever be possible. I think GME has a burn rate of a few quarters right now, and they will release more liquidity, which will slow down the rate of DRS. It'll just be a constant fluctuation between almost getting there and then GameStop needing more money. I mean, even at the current rate, it's what, like 2 years to register 100% of the float. So it's just not going to happen. Also, it's not beneficial for GameStop to have all their shares locked up or closely held. It does nothing positive for the company. It does nothing for the executives that are paid in performance. If you stop the trading of the asset in the market by locking up all the shares, then it can't realize any price improvement. No institutions will buy in, which means when they do want to move through another growth cycle after inflation drops. None of the fucking big institutions are going to come in and give them any fucking money to do that because they can't obtain substantial ownership. So to get substantial ownership, they'll give them shares. So what you're saying is the GME is going to keep the DRS crowd edging? I mean, yeah, right? And the shorts will just close, right? Like, what the fuck do they care? They've been shorting the stock at 400 and 350, 350 again, 200, 250, 200 again, 200 again. Like, they're shorting the top. They're not... even if they were underwater a long time ago, you know, they've had more than enough time to average up their positions. And the slow trickle rate of DRS is not going to squeeze them out. You know, Porsche squeezed VW by buying it all at once and going, we own it all. There's none left. Fuck you. You think shorts are just going to wait there and like die a death by 1,000 cuts? It's fucking ridiculous. They could cover 100 shares a day and be out from under their fucking short positions before another 10% of the float is DRS'd. Instead of buying the float, they should just buy from the company. Win-win. Buy what from the company? That was literally a DD. Jesus. Stand still while I flick you. I just have a poop corner in my closet. I wish there was an easier way to dispose of it rather than dragging it to my window and throwing it out. Don't you live in Chicago? Does anybody even notice? Why you gotta be pooping on apes' dreams today? Because their dreams are dumb. Dumb dreams based on hopium and speculation of things they don't understand and don't bother learning about, yet seem to have formed very strong opinions on. No, it's not going to see Tesla like price action because it's not fucking Tesla. I think we can definitively say that Ryan Cohen is not as good at manipulating his stock as Elon is. There's a reason one of them's like a 1 billionaire and the other one's like 100 billionaire. And at RC's current rate of profitability, he's a long way from being Elon Musk. He made what, $60 million last quarter? Eh. That's like what Elon makes in a day. One's parents owned mines. The other's parent owned like a very successful import-export business. RC is way better looking than Elon. That's true. He's still young yet, right? He hasn't morphed into a blob of gelatinous whatever Elon is now. RC didn't have any horse-based expenditures last quarter. So far. Yeah, so far, Ryan Cohen hasn't been accused of sexual assault, but he's a billionaire, right? It's only a matter of time. How much does Ivy usually bump on an OPEX run? Is there any way to calculate it? Yeah, you could just look at historic IV and see how much it goes up on an OPEX run. It's usually about, like on an actual OPEX, it's about 40 to 50% IV30 increase. Intraday, that can be like 120%. Has anyone seen Ryan Cohen, or is he just a guy on Twitter? Is Superstock being catfished? Jamie October 60s or 80s for IV play best? We're going to get a few now, thanks. The 60s don't seem terrible. We were looking at those earlier. I'm about to have my first child, and my wife thinks I don't know how it feels to carry something that heavy for so long. Little does she know. Riven's teaming up with Mercedes to make EV vans, apparently. GME 40s have decent IV exposure. Yeah, they're pretty high mega. They're kind of delta exposed though too, so you know, gonna probably have some issues with that. Apart from OPEX cycles, are you bullish on GME in the long term? Yes. I feel like I've said that a bunch. Cat doing it good at the moment? Can I buy some calls on that? It's not doing that good. It's trying to regain 187. Starting to get a bit of a turnaround here, though. That's nice. I still think it's going to take the rest of the day. What's deader? Rever the like button? I mean, this stream has never generated a lot of likes, right? Let's see. I started talking about how DRS sucks and like 200 people left. They'll come back later in the day. Hit the like button, guys. This is ridiculous. Or something, right? You've said everything a bunch. True. We're going to Office Depot. Do you need anything when I'm there? Yeah, 20-pound ream of paper. That's the paper weight. I don't want the paper to weigh 20 pounds. But IV and Vega are like delta and price. So it's IV times Vega. It's a multiplier. I don't know. I didn't know I laughed like a dolphin. I'm slowly morphing into one though. I'm working on it. Eventually it will just be a dolphin here. Jimmy doing something? Yeah. Going up. Ah. Ever talk to the Butcher of Wall Street? You mean that stoner idiot? No. So wouldn't it be potentially a good thing that 40s are delta exposed? I mean, it's a different thing. At 2x, you 1000% sound like the love child of Ben Shapiro and a dolphin. That's probably a child that exists somewhere in the world. Will it be an ice cream sandwich or strawberry shortcake bar today? I wasn't really thinking about eating any ice cream today. Summer's over, right? Thanks, Dad. Never go full dolphin unless you've got a specific purpose in mind. All right. Listen, Brad Harrell. If I 10x my port on OPEX, can I be a guest and drunkenly ramble that leads to you banning me? Probably not. I don't think having you on the stream is a great idea, Velvet. First of all, what would your wife, emergency exit, think? You're breaking my heart. Wait, did you resolve your battle with Gurk's ice cream sandwich? After you attempted to steal his name and assume his position? Yeah, still bullish on Revlon. Shapiro wouldn't sleep with a dolphin. It's too wet. I I I just assumed he wouldn't sleep with the dolphin unless he was related to it. I still don't know who he is, but I've heard enough memes that I can say things like this. SLD might be done. That might we may have already experienced the bulk of the sell-off. Maybe not, but who knows? I mean, you don't think they're increasing their inventories going into the fall? Fall and summer when the most video games are bought? I think the effect of SG&A being better is going to improve. I think they're going to continue to scale back their spending. Did you enter any V? Yeah, I bought some calls. Do you ever watch the IEX order book and wonder why it jumps $2 in either direction? It's because no one uses it. I would like to thank you for the reality check. Along with SS, I would look at mansions on Zillow with my 60 shares and was buying at the peak because MOASS was always tomorrow. Yeah. There's other considerations besides that. Like how much volume in and out of the bounce. Are you bullish on any stocks in the online gambling sector? Fubo? Wasn't this sell off for CPI? Why wouldn't it be both? If you know you have to sell assets this week and CPI is tanking the market, are you not going to sell your assets before it drops or on the way down? Of course you are. They can sell their shit at any time, right? They just have to deposit the money between Wednesday and Monday. If I went to zero, would I get paid? Probably. SPY VWAP going up? Well below VWAP. It's starting to rise because it's trading higher volumes at higher prices. So volume's been picking up a little bit. So you're seeing the average for the day move up. Also, VWAP does weird shit on the SPY because of strange, like, options positioning volume spikes that create gaps. But it looks fine. He's still bullish on Revlon. Yep. If you don't mind, which Fubo Jan 23 do you like? Same like Rev 35s. My 50s are down 50%, but my 4s is sitting pretty. I don't know if Fubo's IV will ever go as high as Revlon's, but 50 Jan 2024s. What's the play on Fubo? It's just like a good company, and they're making a lot of changes right now that are attracting institutional ownership, and we'll probably see some price improvement over the next year or so. First of all, it's Revblo, or Revblon, Revbo, Revubo. I don't know. Revblo, and they're not merging. My OPEX position has been created. I know it may be a little early, but at least I'm exposed. It's probably better to expose yourself too early than too late. Do you plan to hold Fubo long term, or do you plan to sell when it peaks? It depends on where it peaks. I have positions for both. Do you expose yourself often? Every day. I got into OPEX position today on the dip, and I'm already up like 10%. Nice, man. If you had SPXS and SQQQ shares locked up to prevent good faith violations until tomorrow, would it be riskier to sell other assets and hedge the upside with SPY shares, or wait one day until settled? I mean, you might lose some profits waiting one day, but yeah, I guess you could buy shares to hedge upside. As long as your calls are in the money. Wait, do you have calls or puts? You have calls. You want to buy shares to hedge? You would. Hmm. That doesn't work. Why not just buy a couple puts to hold overnight? Oh, you can't buy calls. So you sold? You sold calls? Oh, that's weird. Spy's looking mad bearish. Really? I don't think so. Spy's looking kind of bullish. Can you just buy a different strike? Yeah. Tell us something we don't know. I stubbed my toe this morning. Really badly. Why would one use an inverse ETF rather than puts on a stock? Generally, because the inverse ETF would be cheaper. It's like, guys, I have this position and I want to hedge it overnight, but I have no options to hedge it with. I, I don't know what to tell. Just fucking, I don't know. It's not. I doubt the market's gonna open at like 410 tomorrow. If it climbs up this week, it's probably gonna be a slow climb over like today and for like tomorrow and Friday, like into Friday. Don't listen to him. Spy's gonna rip to 450. That'd be cool. What are the better instant ramen noodles? You know, you can just buy ramen noodles and add fucking chicken broth to them if you want. You don't need to buy that like weird fake shit they sell in the Marchuan packages. That stuff's disgusting. And I'm pretty sure you can't digest those. Like, didn't they do a study on that? Like instant ramen and like it doesn't dissolve in your stomach. What do you do when you win in Vegas? You double down. I put 200 on black again and I lost, but I'm still leaving up a good amount. I'm not a casino gambler. I just got stupid lucky on slots. This donation is really for Pickles Picks. I love you. Thank you so much, Crest. I appreciate it, man. Congratulations on winning, losing, and having fun in Vegas. The market's a better casino. The house doesn't always win, which is nice. I heard the same thing about chewing gum and various sweets too. No, it's not like that. Like it's an actual like there's an actual study that they published on instant ramen noodles. And then I think there was additionally like a YouTube video where a guy put them in like hydrochloric acid and just nothing happens. Did that study involve digging in people's feces to find the noodles? I think they used a like a pill camera to film the inside of their stomach as they ate the ramen noodles. Ramen is preserved with tertiary butyl hydroquinone, TBHQ, hard to digest petroleum based product, also found in lacquers and pesticide products. There you go. You know what else has that chemical in it? Takis, which are gross anyway, but a lot of people eat them. Yes. It's literally my middle 12-year-old's diet. I probably don't let him do that. Yeah, most grocery stores you can just buy like actual ramen noodles. And the only thing that they have in the little packet is like it's like chicken bouillon. Like go to Costco, get some better than bouillon and buy some real ramen noodles. It's infinitely better than the instant kind. And, you know, roughly the same price because you get like you spend more up front, but you get more servings. If you really want to spice up your shitty at-home ramen, learn to make soy eggs. Soft, you get sous vide some eggs and then soak them in fucking soy sauce and seasoning. Mirin soy sauce, dashi. Yeah. Roast some pork belly while you're at it. Yeah. That's what, well, the mirin's sweet. You don't need to add sugar. But yeah, if you just want to boil a fucking noodle and just like you're not adding anything to it, like you don't have to like chop up scallions or break out the bean sprouts, right? Like you can just take fucking real ramen noodles that you can digest, put them in a pot with water, boil them, and then add some bouillon. Done. Some of us can't afford mirin. It's like $3. You don't have to go to those extremes. You don't want to answer my question because you know the ramen in LA and OC is better. No. There's some good ramen places in LA and OC, but there's some really good ramen places here too. I think New York has like a few like Michelin starred ramen restaurants. I don't think LA has any. Shinsengumi is not my favorite. Um like it's good, but it's not my favorite. There's one in Irvine. I can't remember the name of it. That's fucking really good. It's in like a business park down the street from John Wayne Airport. I just eat the whole noodle bricks raw. Yeah, New York has some really good ramen. LA has good ramen spots too. Santuka? Maybe. I only went to it once, but it was really, really good. They only have ramen. Like, I don't think they have anything else on their menu. Kalamazoo has the best ramen. Are you planning on riding your GME CCs into expiry or buyback early? When lock in profits? Maybe Thursday? No, I'm not selling ramen at the Rice and Beans restaurant. Tajima's really good too, yeah. In San Diego, I've been there. Kitty Kata and Costa Mesa. Have I been there? I feel like I've been to that one too. But now I can't remember. Maybe I haven't. It sounds really familiar. My 4-year-old son just took a look at the stream on my phone. He said, I have this game on my iPad, but it's so boring and he talks a lot. You're a video game streamer. and a suggested video for him? What the fuck? I don't stream video games. Well, you know, quotes, but is Biden gonna pump the markets? Inflation reduction speech. Dope. How come none of the big guys talk about SLD and its impacts? They never talk short selling rallies, but now they are. Maybe in the future. We'll see. Just assume that they're 5 years behind. Best cooking restaurateur stream on the internet. Thank you so much, Christine Lagarde's Moascot. Stock charts seem like video games? Yeah. Strategy game, right? It's like, well, Risk. Hiro Nori Ramen? That might be it. I'd have to look it up. What are you trying to glaze, Javi? And it's demi glace. Just FYI. High chance we get diluted again in the next few years. Yeah. For some, it's a strategy game. For others, it's survival horror. Filet or ribeye? Hmm. There was one I made with uh like red wine and figs one time that was not good, but it was interesting. You know, peppercorn and wine is usually like pretty common. Like bay, thyme, parsley, some peppercorns, clarified butter, yellow onion, carrots, stock, a little bit of flour to thicken it, and then, you know, just strain it after you cook it down. It's not very hard. No, bay, thyme, parsley, not parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Rosemary would be terrible in that recipe. Well, maybe on a ribeye, but not on a fillet. I can see you doing like, well, what about like oregano? Ribeyes are better than fillets, but sometimes fillets are nice. What's the best place to get a beef Wellington? You know, the problem is so many places that serve them just like try to pack weird shit into them. And beef Wellington isn't very good anyway. So trying to add additional things to it generally only makes it worse. Mustard, pepper, cream sauce. I like that on like pork medallions. Not so much on steak, like red meat. I think I just really like Dijon mustard. That's a possibility. I do too. It's my favorite mustard. So you'd rather just have a fillet than a welly? Yeah, generally speaking. I mean, beef Wellington's heavy. It tastes weird a lot. Like, very rarely do you get one that's made well, even at good restaurants. And when it is made well, it's just way too heavy of a meal. And they're always trying to sneak in their like hipster ingredients, like fruit fucking preserves, and I've seen so many weird ingredients stuffed into beef Wellingtons. Yeah, it is. It's fucking disgusting. Lavender infused. The last place I went that had beef Wellington, they had like an aspic in it. Like a sheet of aspic wrapped around. It was fucking gross. And it was like a mango aspic. And then they're always trying to like get their like locally sourced wild mushrooms in there, which never taste good. They always just taste like dirt. Anytime someone says hand-picked wild mushrooms on a menu, I want to leave. Pate, it's alright. It's not my favorite, but it's fine. I don't love the like mouth feel of really fatty meat paste. Stock options is a strategic ingredient. Who was it that said the SPY was looking bearish before? They're a bit 80s to be honest. Wellingtons? Yeah. But the problem is like it was, sometimes you can't improve a recipe, right? They already maxed out wrapping a beef fillet in pastry. That's it's hit its pinnacle. So all you're doing is just fucking with shit that already works. And I think too many chefs think they can do that. But first you have to be better than the guy who came up with that in the first place. You know, that iconic dish recognized worldwide. And most people just aren't, right? Like, so what makes you think your take on it is going to be better than the original? That shit drives me insane. Truffle oil on anything is fucking disgusting. Truffle oil is the foulest substance used in any commercial kitchen. It sounds fancy and it's cheap. I will say, Ramsey's Wellington's like, I mean, I don't think he made it, but it was the best one I've had. If we don't get a song for this spy RBB, I'm gonna lose it. What does losing it involve? Are you just gonna go tweak the poor's nipples in chat? I don't remember which one that is. That's... this one?
You see,
nope, it's not good on anything. You're wrong. It's bad on everything it's put on. You know what's good on things? Truffle.
That I have commonly been referred to as the best trader of our generation, or Girk's right-hand man, or the...
It's his recipe for the Wellington, but it's more that he just does it absolutely correctly. Yeah.
I see things and indicators that others do not. I can't give two hoots about FTDs or cycles or what have you. Nor do I care about the
corn dog greater than Wellington.
or the FOMC meeting. All that really matters when it comes to trading any stock is one single indicator that will change your life. Let me just put it this way. I've been using the rounded bottom breakout ever since I paid someone on the internet to tell me about rounded bottom breakout. I don't do it to be cool. I don't do it to make a statement. I just like losing money.
Let me see that bottom. I can smell that bottom. I can feel that bottom. Break it out to the best that it can be. I can taste that bottom. I can play a bottom. I can be your bottom. As long as you promise not to tell on me.
Fubo price movement is ADA certified. I love it. Why would the Russell 2000 have a 4:4 PC ratio when SPX has 1.5? I don't know. Someone bought more puts on the R2K than they did on the SPX. R2K will probably crash harder, recover faster. If in the event of a crash. Half of the taste of truffles is the little chest they bring over and handle with white gloves while they slice it, like you're eating an endangered animal or something. I'm not banning Roaring Kitty, Darth. What price can the SPY run to? I'd back up. I'm okay with that. If we rip to 410, I'm becoming a pigeon whale and chugging a 40 tonight. Man, what a way to bring poor to the masses by chugging a 40. Oldie. It's got to be old E, right? You ever gonna get a new computer chair? Yeah, one of these days. I really hate this fucking thing. Which is terrible given the amount of time I spend in it. Mickey's? Ugh. Steel Reserve. Do they even make 40s of that? Walmart has them. I haven't drinking or drank. I haven't drank malt liquor since I was 15, so I really don't know. Except for Four Loko. Yeah, Edward 40 hands. Show that like button. Why? Are they not sufficient? Do we not have sufficient likes? Listen, if you don't like the fucking stream, leave. Don't hang out here all day. You could be doing so many better things. Like doing your job. Imagine the productivity for your employers. Gross. This channel's ruining the economy. Guys, don't you want the jobs data to be good next time? I don't like the stream, so I dislike it and then watch it for 8 hours, then play the outro 3 times before watching your old DD videos until my eyes bleed. Okay, well, thanks. It's just a lowly thumbs up. It doesn't convey any real enthusiasm. You could subscribe and... What's the other thing? Turn on the bell. You do all the interaction. Become a member? Eh. You don't want to follow my Twitter. I don't really post to it. I mean, besides automated ones. Notice yourself that you ignore all market-related questions when you start getting a rant on about food. Then it lasts for the rest of the day. Yeah, that happens. Zero gravity computer stations? I've thought about it, actually. Breaking news, entire US job productivity numbers increased by 7,000% during the 5 minutes while YouTuber Gherkin drops a plotkin. Productivity drops 10,000% upon his return. Uh... When can we get those wacky YouTube thumbnails of just your head making a weird face? I don't like those. Where they're like shocked and pointing at letters. They're like, what the fuck is that? Why are they so surprised about the title of a video that they spent 18 hours editing? Like, why isn't it like the real emotion, which is just like, this fucking sucks. I've made more content that means nothing for people to digest while listening to horse shit from the people who sponsor me to do this. I sponsor you to do this. Yeah, I know. We don't have any fucking corporate sponsors. We're sticking it to the man. We're a self-funded pickle shill factory. I can say bad things about everything because I don't answer to anyone. It's great. I'm gonna keep it this way. Fuck Raid Shadow Legends. Unless they offer me money, in which case my opinion might change. But that game sucks. BlackRock is an amazing company. They provide value for investors year over year while beating the broader indexes. Are people licking Steve Cohen's boots? I thought he was pretty hated. We don't talk about Blackstone on this stream, okay? Fucking traitors. He is? You gotta get in early before it becomes cool. Fuck billionaires. You know what this is? This whole stream is just a hedge for when I become a billionaire, that I don't get my head chopped off during the next cultural revolution. I can be like, look, I was right there with you guys. Don't kill me. Right? Like Ryan Cohen's tweets. If there was a way to gamble on Fubo's stock going up like you can on their impressive, innovative, and intuitive in-app sports book. Pulte's not a billionaire. When you get to billionaire status, can I have the first horse offer? We'll see. My October 21st GME 30C just went green again. Take that, Brembridge scholars. This stream will be the first to turn on you. I know. This is the first real world test of BlackRock's new strategy, trickle up economics. No, I haven't entered my OPEX position yet. I know what the stock's doing. Isn't trickle up economics what we've been doing for the past 50 years? No. That's crazy. Breaking news, billionaire Thaddeus Giuseppe Gherkin shows his Cenas to trash can aboard private jet. Settles a small stable of ponies. Oh, I wouldn't need to buy off the silence there. You just use a gag. Or is trash. It's a good thing I do not rethink my short ES position based on Carl timing me out on my analysis yesterday. Tasty profits today. I also straddled futures. It is nice because of the leverage. I'm sure that would be settled out of court with some Wendy's coupons. You know, you'd be surprised what you can buy from a Dan with that like 1 year keychain thing for the mini Frosties. Do you guys know about that? Thanks, BMG. How do you paint with your taint? Do you just like build up the hip flexibility over time, or is it just natural for you? Choose one, Legend, Willow, or Starship Troopers. Willow. Willow is arguably one of the best movies ever made. Val Kilmer is amazing in everything he's ever been in, and the best Batman by far. And a saint. The best movie ever made is Christmas with the Cranks. Fight me. I know someone that absolutely agrees with you. Thanks, BMG. I haven't seen the Val Kilmer documentary. Christian Slater is playing Mad Mardigan. Terrible. Did you use Rev going to 30 as a basis to explain how high the 35 leaps could go using IV, Delta, and Vega and all that shit? I think at $30, the Vega on the contract is 11.8. Figure IV would probably about double at that point. So 400% times 12. Plus, you know, like 0.5 delta. I have seen Life's Too Short. Um, the AIDS speech that why can't I think of his name? The Irish Liam Neeson's like AIDS speech is arguably the funniest thing I've ever seen in a TV show. Here's the question: who in chat most resembles Burgle Cut? Oh, Darth Dan. Darth Dan's absolutely Burgle Cut. Worst movie ever, Rubber. I've never seen that. Mask with Jim Carrey. If you could go on a date with any celebrity, who would it be? It's a good question. Paul Rudd? Not Kate Beckinsale. Who the fuck is Amaranth? Jessica Alba? Tempting. Definitely not Kid Rock. Like I could pick any celebrity to hang out with for a night. It doesn't have to be sexual. Amaranth is a bikini Twitch streamer. I don't know what any of that means. So she's a stripper with her clothes on? That's like me. That's like my job. At least I've taken my shirt off on stream. Oh god, you're gonna get mobbed by her fans? Whatever. I feel like Will Ferrell is a narcissistic prick, and I wouldn't want to spend any time with him. I already have a very successful OnlyFans. Thank you. Is Charlie Munger a celebrity, though? You know, I've met Bill Murray and his brother, who passed away. I actually worked. I worked at a place that his brother used to go to a lot when I was in college, and really nice guys, actually. Dennis Rodman. He seems like a cool dude. I heard a story about one time about he walked up to a stranger, ate a handful of their fries, and said, "Nobody's gonna believe you," and left. That's awesome. You told me to hook you up with the Pauly Shore hang sesh. No. Remember, guys, secret OnlyFans invite after 3 months pigeon whale. This is the place where you go get to see the calves and get the secret AMC bull thesis. The secret AMC bull thesis is it's a piece of shit. Fed funds rising 19% chance of 100 BPS hike next week. They want to rally if it's only 75. I could see that. George Carlin's dead. Does V ever break out? Don't watch it. That's the best way to do it. Maybe wait, straddle. I'm going long, straddle at close, I think, is my plan. No one said it had to be a living celebrity. Well, I mean, obviously it would have to be. How would I? I'm not going to go on a date with a corpse. you finally found the perfect moment. Theta decaying corpse. Yeah, I don't like the dead. Fuck them. Spy bearish now? No, still on the uptrend. Trend's not broken. Best horror movies? I don't really like horror movies. They're always just bad. It's not that I don't think the genre has potential. I just think that all the movies they make in that genre suck. The acting, yeah, the acting's always fucking terrible. The plots are super predictable. Yeah, Fubo's going up. The market's been calling the Fed's bluff for too long. Yeah, I agree. I don't think we're gonna see like 430 again anytime soon. And yeah, any rises in price are gonna be very short lived. I've seen Cabin in the Woods and Hereditary. They were eh. I think you're missing the point. The point is that girls can pretend to be scared and cuddle up with you. I don't think you need horror movies for that. If you do, you need to work on your cuddle game. I've talked to your artist, and they're gonna make some cards with big red arrow pointing to some obscure line on a chart. Girk's YouTube face, plus XXX% all pixelated, some Robin Hood screenshot in the background, and shocked face emojis. We got you, boo. Awesome. I'm gonna get so much more whatever that does. Midsummer? That was like just like a weird porn movie. It's like, shocking thing, beautiful scenery, creepy music. Next scene, same shit. Eh, unimpressed. That's how you attract AMC apes. Oh, we don't want that. So do you have a movie that you watch whenever you want to feel things? You know, I don't usually watch shit twice. Event Horizon was interesting, but it hasn't aged well. Yeah, I've got to say Braveheart or Gladiator. I lean more towards Gladiator, although Braveheart is definitely the better of the two movies. I'm not even rewatching The Office. It like Netflix, like I was watching a documentary about something and it just rolled over to playing The Office. And I watched like 3 episodes because I was doing other shit. The answer you're looking for is Roadhouse. Thanks, Patrick Swayze. You know, Handmaid's Tale, the book, is decent. The TV show is meh, and I can't stand that actress. I don't know her name, but I can't watch anything she's in. Like, I stopped watching Mad Men because of her. She's a Scientologist, just another reason to not like her. Silicon Valley is great. I haven't seen Ozark. Children of Men? Yeah, I think I've seen that. Where all the children are dead? Or like they can't be born anymore. She was great in Hand's Job. I like Jason Bateman, but I don't know if I could watch him in something not funny. I've seen Community. It's good. Hmm. Have you seen Mr. Robot? I don't like him either. I'm still angry that he was Freddie Mercury. Did you fuel my confirmation bias and look at Fubo on the 15-minute candle? What about it? How about the 30? Or the 1 hour? Or the 4 hour? Because Fubo doesn't give a fuck. That's why. It's also not up. It's down 2.3%. Worst live action, Roger Rabbit or Super Mario Brothers? Super Mario Brothers. Roger Rabbit's amazing. I watched Star Wars. Well, Sacha Baron Cohen got the role and then turned it down because they didn't want to dive into his homosexuality, which is weird, right? Apparently not enough for Sacha Baron Cohen, who would have been amazing in that role. Way better than Rami Malek. I'm not gonna get into it. I'm gonna get fucking fired up here. Would it change your expectation if we rallied this week? Yeah, I'm not worried about that happening. Did SPY fall through the upward trend? Yep. Have you seen Pain and Gain? I don't think so. Freddie Mercury was gay? I don't know if he was like... He was married too at one point. Like, yeah. I mean, maybe slightly bisexual sometimes, but pretty gay. I thought that was common knowledge. Or are you just fucking with me? Alright. Of course I've seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Elton John also had a wife. I know. If you start quoting from Monty Python, I'm leaving. Why would I do that? Do you like Mel Brooks movies? Some of them. That's on Daniel Radcliffe as Weird Al. I don't know if is that are they making like a Weird Al movie? I don't know if that's something the world needs. What are your thoughts on prenup agreements? My friend who doesn't even make much just made his fiance sign a prenup and she's pretty upset about it. Why? Right? Like, why is she upset about it? If he doesn't make much, who cares? She still gets all the money. Like, a prenup doesn't protect. It's the king. How do you know he's the king? He ain't got shit all over him. Don't get me started. That's on the amount of Cowbell and Blue Oyster Cult songs. Not enough. Charles Schwab, Citadel, and Fidelity launch EDX crypto exchange. Thoughts? Cool. Yeah, prenups don't protect assets acquired during the course of the marriage. So they're great if you're already really rich. But if you get rich later, they suck. Do you end up closing your longer term puts now in order to re-enter later? Or are you still holding? I still have them. I'm waiting for the SPY to break above 400. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep them. Top 3 80s, early 90s children's cartoon. Tailspin. DuckTales. Darkwing Duck. There's a lot of ducks, I know. But all of those are amazing. Ren and Stimpy was just weird. I don't like that guy in Bobby's World. When I was little, I thought he was a pervert. I still think he might be. I never watched Care Bears. Howie Mandel, yeah. Have you seen the new DuckTales? It's the Wire of children's television. I mean, that makes me want to see it. No, Tailspin doesn't have any ducks in it, I don't think. Launchpad McQuack? I don't remember that. Rescue Rangers was dope. Wouldn't that be Batman the Animated Series? That was really good too. But not... Was it really like a children's cartoon though? Launchpad was in DuckTales though, not Tailspin, right? Does anybody remember a TV show called Beakman's World? It was like Mythbusters, but with a fat guy in a rat suit. He was not a dollar store version of Bill Nye. Bill Nye's a dollar store version of Bill Nye, the English actor, who's amazing in everything. Have you guys ever seen Love Actually? There's only one reason to watch that movie. It's Bill Nye. TMNT was amazing. Not as good as the movies, but whatever happened to the ensemble cast romance comedies, romance films that came out in the early 2010s? I don't know. People got tired of Bridget Jones. Bill Nye, not Bill Nye the Science Guy. You ever watch the movie The Core? No? I don't think so. Do you watch any anime? I've seen the relevant ones. I thought it was pronounced Bill Nighy. No, it's just Nye. If you didn't like Armageddon, you wouldn't enjoy The Core. Hold on, who said I didn't like Armageddon? That's FUD. Armageddon has what is arguably one of my favorite songs of all time in it. Steven Tyler's beautiful ballad for his daughter. Arwen. No, I fucking can't stand Ben Affleck. Yeah, I heard about Bruce Willis's aphasia. Enjoy life now, guys. Theta's coming for you. No amount of money in the world can stop its inevitable decay. May get banned, but Janie's Got a Gun is the only Aerosmith song I enjoy. That was my favorite Aerosmith song when I was 5. And my mom kept trying not to let me listen to it, but I had no idea what it was about. I just thought it was super cool. I think it was like 3 or 4. I had the Pump album on cassette, and I would play it on my like Fisher Price cassette microphone combo that like played your cassette and then had a microphone. And I would put on my leather jacket and stand on my bed and sing that song, which must have been wildly disturbing to my parents. Prove it and do it. No, I'm not doing that. Not true. Magic Johnson has had AIDS since the 90s and still looks amazing. That's because it's a treatable disease. Also, he's magic, so. What a poor. I had the Talkman from Home Alone 2. I never had one of those. Best Nicolas Cage movie: National Treasure or Con Air? The Rock? Face Off? You know, I would have loved Face Off if the other actor was anyone but John Travolta. Gone in 60 Seconds? You mean Giovanni Ribisi's best movie? Gone in 60 Seconds was really interesting. It was like a combination of really good actors, really bad actors, and a terrible script. I love how we're just not paying attention to the market anymore. Favorite Golden Girl? Blanche? Obviously. Or Sophia. I think Nicolas Cage is capable of good acting. Right? It's just that he doesn't do it very often. He should have gone to his room for sushi. Sounds like he missed out. The earlier 30s, not late 30s. God. Rude. How'd your after hours WeBull phone call go? They gave me some money back. So I got like 18 back per contract. I still lost 50% on them, but on my spy calls yesterday. I don't know if I did better than the other guy. Probably. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe about the same. I've never seen Fringe. Ukrainian Godzilla? That's just Putin in one of those inflatable T-Rex costumes. Sorry, man. Aerosmith Pump was before you then. Yeah, it was, I mean, I just had the cassette. I've never seen Battlestar Galactica. Giovanni Ribisi's best movie was Boiler Room. Prove me wrong. I'm not gonna try to. Giovanni Ribisi is a shockingly good actor that gets very few roles. Or maybe he just doesn't take a lot of roles. I remember when everyone thought the guy in Breaking Bad was Giovanni Ribisi. Do you share any of your charts on TradingView? No. I can't because I have secrets on my TradingView. All of the supporting actors in Breaking Bad annoyed me. They're all so fucking whiny. Like, oh, it's so shocking. He's a drug dealer. Fucking get with the program, right? Saul was good. Hank, his wife, Skylar, their kid, the other kid that wouldn't stop crying. Super fucking annoying. Only the criminals were good. It was sick. What do you need help with, Bipolar Bear? I think people were supposed to identify with them, though. If my dad had lung cancer and started making millions of dollars selling meth, I'd be like, all right, teach me the business, you know? Let's have fun with this. Like, I'm not going to jail, right? Until the cartel comes for your family. I mean, better to know, right? You can like sleep with a gun under your bed or something. Like, if you don't know your dad's a drug dealer, then you don't know that there's a possibility that cartels come for you in your sleep. But everyone in that show is like, oh, it's a crime. He's doing crimes. How terrible. Who gives a fuck? He's dying anyway. Clutches pearls. If I could watch Breaking Bad, but they cut all instances of his family out of the show would be 10 times better. Like if his family is just edited out of every single season, Breaking Bad would be amazing. It'd just be like this high adrenaline drug dealing movie, right? And then with like a moderately epic end. No, Better Call Saul, I mean, like, has a lot of those same, like, elements. Like, all these characters that are, you know, overly obsessed with ethics. What's the ultimate Gherk approved grilled cheese sandwich look like? Swiss cheddar, Taleggio, and grana padano. Toasted ciabatta, thick cut. Open faced, so you can get some nice caramelization on the cheeses. Then you close both sides. Boom. Tomato bisque. Whoa. Lobster? No, not sourdough. Best I could do is 4-cheese blend on Wonder Bread. Have you guys ever seen the video on how to make a 3-cheese blend? That video is fucking amazing. Favorite ramen order? Miso or tonkotsu? Tonkotsu? Yeah, that's right. Why are you ignoring my ACIW's calls for help? Because it's a shitty stock. I don't care about it. What happened to the spy? More bad news? No? Dow is 1,000 points down? No, it's not. It's 311 points down. I don't want your house, bipolar bear. Does it have this on here? Holy shit. Yeah. It's down $1,000. It's only down 313 points. No, basis points are percentage. Tenths of a percentage. When you say it's down 1,000 BPS, that would imply that it's down 10%, which would be crazy. Yeah, SPY's diving. I think I'm gonna cut my call hedge. SPY will rally when everyone YOLOs into puts. Yeah. Well, I mean, I already have puts open. But they're starting to hit, like, my long-term targets, which makes me want to close them sooner. I mean, at these levels on the SPX, it's just all puts. There's just shitloads of puts. Like, I don't know if it'll bounce back after dropping this low. At 398, it had a chance. Now it's not looking good. Utilization moved up yesterday. It'll probably drop today. Google can definitely go lower. You could probably get Google at 100 if the market keeps dropping. Man, Fubo's kind of kicking ass right now. Is it worth it at 100 for Google? I mean, it's either that or you like wait for a crash. US considers China's sanctions to deter Taiwan action. Huh. Is Google a covered call stock? I've been selling covered calls on my shares, but they're not worth a ton. It's pretty low volatility. They're not bad if you sell them out like 90 DTE, roughly. Like, they're okay. You have to sell at kind of higher deltas, though. Like 0.26 or something. Was Paul D'Anthony banned? No. Definitely not. Spy less than 390 end of week. We'll see. Until it stabilizes, just assume it's going to keep moving down. I mean, the like put gamma to the downside extends like all the way down to like 375, and it's pretty strong down to 385, even 380. Or 3,800. Slipping that range at like 400, 398 to 400 is really bad. Do you see a 1% interest rate hike? I mean, it depends. If the market's going to drop fucking 1,500 BPS before the Fed announcement, then no. Still bullish on Revlon. Revlon's still $6.50. Are you ready for all the people who bought OPEX positions today to ask when price action on GME will be for the rest of the week? Yep. Yeah, I am. At least give me like a couple days. God. Don't complain about GME's price till next week. Then you can complain about it during the T+2 period. Looks like I made a great choice not buying GME calls today. Or at least not at the peak of the run, where everyone loves to buy them so much. No, I'm not a makeup artist. Do you like living in New York City? I mean, it's better than living somewhere else. You know what's interesting is the place you live really doesn't matter much. It's all mostly the same shit. Walls, windows. Like, people really like to spend a lot of time talking about where they live, but eh. Don't wait for a bottom to average down. Pickles picks, positions. Thought I had a nice slow entry, but this is a gift. I'll double down. Jimmy OPEX plays will wait until Friday-ish. That could work. Even if I left the house, it's like what? You've got rocks and trees or large bodies of water, smaller bodies of water. It boils down to Midwest versus not Midwest. Yeah. The quality of ladies and men to date varies widely. Eh. Sure, you can always find a diamond in the rough. But Dad, when OPEX run, are you still bullish on Revlon? Both of those things. Is it chasing to go short Apple now? A little bit. When I step outside, I have something you'll never have in New York. A large number of insufferable Pennsylvanians. You sound like an AI describing the outdoors after 3 minutes of scraping the internet. I mean, that's what's there, right? Like, you know, your trees and rocks aren't better than my trees and rocks and sky. It's the same sky. No, not bearish on Revlon. Missed a Ko-Fi. No, I didn't. From Fiscal? I saw that. Did I miss a different one? No, I got them all. Yeah. If a call rallies significantly, but you expect it's likely to continue to go up, Fubo yesterday, would holding the position or rolling protect profits better? It depends on how, like, do you need to roll it? How short dated is it? You can add theta to the position. Remember it's chest of 400 rest of week? No, drop to 395, then we'll see if we find stabilization. If it slips 395, it's probably gonna fall to 390, then 385. I mean, those are just like where there's resistance, right? It'll also depend on when shorts decide to take profits. Like, that's the point at which we'll start to stabilize, is when shorts start taking profits. Then, you know, when shorts start taking profits, that generally prompts call buying, and then you get a bounce. Being rich in New York City is better than anywhere in the world. Pi-Fi wouldn't know, not because he's not wealthy, but because he spends all day with us in the market. It's true. I did it, Spork. Is this a combination of SLD plus market news? Could we see a rally into T+2 next week of OPEX? Rebound could be quite violent, no? It could be, especially if the put gamma collapses. But right now we're sliding into like what's almost like a downward gamma squeeze on the SPX. A lot of that expiring on Friday. Hold my losers too long and sell my winners too soon, but at least you're always here. Thanks, Pickle. No problem, Corey. Thank you. Is this a crash? No. Two-year treasury yield was greater than 3.75% for the first time since 2007. That's fun. What squeeze? Hmm. Thanks, Superman. Do you think we will ever see another 2008 type market crash, or are there enough measures in place to prevent that? We had Volmageddon in like 2018, and we had the COVID crash in 2020. I mean, no, nothing's gonna prevent that. We're ignoring record low volume on what, the SPY? I'm not ignoring it. Just by Tootsie Roll and close your eyes. GME record low volume? It's not record low, right? It's low, but it's not record. I think we've hit lower since the split. This year was really weird. Yeah, it's like all the volume got sucked out of the market as soon as the Fed started doing QT. Because it dries up all the liquidity. $728, 3.2 million. Yeah, I'd be surprised if we came in below that. When you talked about QT, it's still only completed like 3%. I know. We'll be over end of day, but that's close. Tesla's baby dip wants way more downs, right? I'd probably be looking to buy calls, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I could see Tesla hitting like the... No, maybe not that low. Maybe like back to 280 or 270. Like the 272 range, I could see. Be a great entry for calls. SPX finding support at 395 now. How'd you do today with a SPY? Good on my puts. Calls not so great. I mean, I'm up, but the call hedge was pricey. It would have been fine if it hadn't all dumped in pre-market, because I would have sold the calls at open. But it sucks when both sides of your straddle don't print. Are you planning on entering spies on the call here? I'm gonna enter some before close, just in case it opens higher. But I'll just whatever add the money, just to protect my puts. Can you explain a straddle in a degen language? Yeah, it positions you so that as long as the underlying moves to a decent degree in either direction, you make money. Can't go tits up. There you go. I mean, I still have the 4150s that I bought like a couple weeks ago. And then yesterday I bought 4100s and October 4000s. Unfortunately, I didn't really I was waiting for today to get more like shorter dated puts, but I didn't load up on those yet. So I only had like the long dated ones. And now it's a question of like, do I close them and try to reopen? Or is, the next rally going to be even worth it? Like, do I just keep them open and let it ride, or close it out and see if there's like a small recovery to reposition on? I'm still not sure yet. I don't like how this is handling the, like 3960 level. I don't know how bad the PPI data is going to be. If you're just cashing right now, would you simply wait? Yeah. I wouldn't chase anything. Like, I don't think this is going to be a market crash, but it's hard to determine how far it could fall, right? So if you're just all cash, it's better just to wait. Can you please tell us what 3960 is for the SPY? 396? What would signal the beginning of a crash to you? Who the fuck knows? Faster and faster downside? Right now, it's not very quick, right? You'd be looking to see the VIX rising very, very rapidly. It's not really. I mean, it's up, but it's not moving really fast. We're definitely not crashing before like the Fed projections. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. The landing isn't feeling so soft. Really? We were at these prices like 2 days ago. We were lower. Three days ago. But still. VIX greater than 40, market crash. Yeah. Next Wednesday for the Fed like September economic thing. Case of a crash, how do you deal with long positions? Sell and wait for a bottom to re-enter? You could do that. Or just hold them longer. You can sell like deep in the money CSPs or CCs, and then you know, that way you capture the downside at least. The few things that I held through the COVID crash, which were very few things, I just sold like in the money covered calls. A couple of them got assigned. A few didn't, but what are the circuit breakers being kicked in due to the index down price action be a strong indicator of a crash? I mean, if the index moves far enough down to trigger a circuit breaker, you're definitely in a crash. Do you see any parallels on how shorts are playing Rev versus Bobby? There's a similarity, yeah. Suppress price until the next hearing. Well, they'll try to. There could be like another forced covering event between then and the hearing. When's the hearing? I think it's October 13th or 11th. I can't remember. I think it's the 13th. Funny thing is, this isn't even heavy selling driving this drop. It's mainly the closing of crazy optimistic call buys over the last few trading days. Yeah, too many people like held on to all their calls into close yesterday, right? I mean, me included. Fortunately, a lot of my calls started much lower. So even at open today, I was still in the money on a few of them. But yeah, I think people were pretty bullish on core not moving that much. Core inflation was a surprise. I could have seen like 0.4, but that move was unexpected. And rapid inflation, rapid moves in core inflation like that are scary. My kid just fell on his chocolate milk before going out to a nice lunch. I hope everyone's day is going well. That's awesome. How does that even... So it just exploded all over him? He's gonna smell like chocolate cheese in an hour. Pick air-conditioned seating. Try to keep him fresh. You don't want him going sour while you're at lunch. Fed calendar says September 20th, 21st. The Fed meeting next week? The interest rate decision's at 2 p.m. on Wednesday, the 21st. 395 spy call is a terrible idea for 923. I mean, they might be a terrible idea until the spy finds some support. Then they become a better idea. Hey, Twitter's up. Rough day. Seems like SPY is due for a bounce by end of week. No? Yeah, I would say so, but wait till all the bulls sell off, and then we'll see where the put gamma takes us. I'd be patient right now if you're not already in puts. Thoughts on Fubo taking this hit like a champ? I'm proud of it. How's GME doing? It's kind of recovering a little bit. Double bottom. Is it time to move all capital back into crypto? Probably not. You're too bullish? Am I? I only have puts. Mostly. Well, lots of covered calls. I have some calls, but not many. You were too bullish? Oh, okay. Still bullish on puts? Very. Yeah. Bullish on volatility. I kind of feel like I should chase this downward movement even more. It's so risky. Spy's gonna dump all over the place this week. We'll see. It'll find support at some point. Like, I don't think it's crashing right now. Is this the largest market downturn since the COVID crash? You mean the entirety of it? Yes. But it starts in like November. If you're talking about just today, no, we've dropped harder. We've dropped harder this year. Does nobody remember like into the end of June? The market dropped like 1,250 basis points over like a few days. Well, that was like a week, but we were at lower prices like 5 days ago, right? Like last Wednesday, like 5 trading days ago, we were at lower prices on the SPY than we're at now. I love how everyone forgets like what's happened before and is only focused on the large number of red candles today. Yeah, people only remember the last 10 minutes of the market price. Chad talking about a crash and buying puts. Is it time to buy calls? Not yet, but probably getting close to it. I don't think this group has that problem as much as you think. I'd be surprised given the amount of complaining and calls for a market crash. I'm not Persian. Super hot kitty. What expiration dates are your Fubo leaps? I have them for January 23 and January 24. This might be the largest single day drop on QQQ. It might be. Hmm. No. It dropped 398 points from its high on August 29th. And today is $331, so it's close. Also, back on like June 13th, QQQ dropped like a fucking rock. $867 basis points. Wingstop is disgusting. People are saving up to eat there? I'm speaking solely percentage drop, not absolute BP drop. Oh. Okay. Outside of a stop loss that you have on deep in the money puts right now? Right now I have like it's roughly 5%. I actually need to move it. Probably 3. I mean, yeah, I'm also really deep in the money. Yeah, pretty tight, honestly. I think right now I stop out at a test of like 39.56. Yeah, no problem. Do you have over 1,000 Fubo calls? No, not that many. I have just shy of like 500, I think. Maybe just over 500. I just realized that the first time you play the rounded bottom breakout song, Spy pulls a trick play and dumps. Maybe we need to retire that song. Yeah, I never liked it anyway. That's the problem with rounded bottom breakouts, is they look really great and then they fail and drop massively. Meet Kevin got a DUI. Look at me taking over YouTube finance. One at a time. It's only a matter of time before Matt Kors gets popped for sexually assaulting a duck. You'll never catch me, Pickle Man. I feel like all I ask you is stock advice and never about life. What's your favorite color? It depends. For clothing, black. For anything else, neon green. My stop limit sells on options seem to be gapped over consistently. Any advice if you're not able to watch consistently? Stop loss? Yeah, use a stop loss or set wider gaps. It sounds like you're setting very narrow gaps, possibly on highly volatile stocks. But yeah, if you're not watching, you should be using like a stop loss or a trailing stop loss. Because you can't reposition, right, if it misses. No, I don't vape marijuanas. I don't smoke any marijuanas. Contrary to popular belief in my stoner-like accent and look, um, I am marijuana free. Does your mom worry about you sitting in a room by yourself, talking to yourself all day long? No. Are you gonna tell her? What are we YOLOing into today? Spy pits for a move down to 3,900. What tips do you have for us poorers to living a fiscally responsible life while managing a vast wealth like you do? How do you avoid splurging on depreciating assets? I never leave my house, and most things that cost money bore me. It's a great strategy. I basically only spend money on bills and food. What was what my mom or dad? That wasn't my dad. He's dead. So I heard tomorrow J-Powell will be announcing that the dollar is to be pegged to Revlon. Do you have a specific day when you buy into your OPEX position, or do you buy a bit every day until it runs? Kind of depends on the price action leading into it. On this falling price, I'm probably gonna wait till like the last possible minute. So your advice for not wasting money is to be depressed? I'm not depressed. I'm extremely happy. I think that maybe you're confused. I love everything about what I do every day. It makes me so happy I can't even sleep at night. No, not you guys, but like sometimes I just open up my options positions and just stare at them. And I think, thank God someone wanted to buy these fucking covered calls. I just bought some puts on the breakdown on SPX. I just bought 39.50s. I should probably set a stop on them too. Jesus Sherwin-Williams, glad I waited. Thanks for the warning. No problem, man. If you're so happy, why do you yell at us? I don't know. It's like part of the happiness. Are you still in on V calls? Fuck no. I got stopped out of those like 2 hours ago. These fucking SPX puts were a great decision. Move my stop further down. I'm going all the way down to 390. Let's do it. Thoughts on Nerve? Wait till later this month, next month. Thanks, good luck. Just glad to know you appreciated it, man. How many puts could put a man put if put man could put puts? I don't know. 2? I mean, this will likely recover at some point. It's just a question of how far down it goes. Like I said, potentially 385. Because, like, after we slipped 400, it starts gamma squeezing down, right? So this is like technically a squeeze, sort of. And that the more it drops, the more is hedged to the downside, which carries it even lower, which causes more to be hedged to the downside. Most squeezes are down, actually. Like gamma squeezes generally go down. What kind of beard trimmer do you use? I don't? I have like a pair of clippers that I run over this every once in a while. What's a beard trimmer? Is that the same thing? Last night, my wife and I took 3 other couples out for drinks and footed the bill. I made the mistake of letting my drunk wife handle the check, resulting in our server getting an automatic 18% gratuity plus an extra $240. Maths are apparently hard for wives. Maybe just your wife. But, you know, she married you, right? So. Maybe it's payback for your side chicks. She knows. Been busy with work, not able to watch much. No worries. Miss y'all degens, but always watch end of day recaps, so thanks for those. No problem. Enjoy the spy inverse squeeze. I am. Carry spy puts into close. I'm nervous about losing good profits overnight. I'm just gonna buy some like at the money calls right before close. That's generally the best you can do. If you can fully hedge your delta, that's a great way to do it. If you can't, you know, hedge what you can or sell and take profit, right? I mean, this is more than a sufficient even from where I just bought puts like minutes ago. This is more than a sufficient move to take profits on. Spurt McGirt, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Just hopped in. Is this a crash? Not yet. It's a rough day, though. There are only 5 days that split adjusted volume was under 4 million. 728, 729, then 11, 12, 10, 8, 8, 11 in 2021. Yeah. Volume's low. What of it? Likely just a lot of, you know, dumping of internalization from the rising market yesterday. You know, they started internalizing when we hit like 30 yesterday. And the market kept swinging up, but GME just stayed static, right? So, you know, they're offloading a lot of that today, which is stabilizing our price action. Also reduces the amount of volume we trade, right? Because they're satisfying orders off exchange. Is this a bounce into close? Not yet. Right now it looks like a bear bull trap. We'll see. I'm about to get stopped out on the puts I just bought. Yep, gone. Yeah, free money. I still have my long-term puts. Those were just dailies. Could it be the Carly Rae? No. That never happens. People taking some profits? Well, they will now. They, like, not on the bounce, but, like, on increased rising price, they'll start to take profits. I mean, I just did, right? Yeah, this market's super fun. Every overnight straddle is printed like 30%. Like, I've been carrying these same 4150 fucking puts for like 3 weeks now. Dollar's skyrocketing. Yeah, it's up a lot. Do straddles have really tight stops? Oh, no. I mean, when you straddle something, you expect to lose the premium from the losing side. But I've just been printing both sides of it back and forth. Like yesterday, I had bought call. So yesterday morning, or the night. No, no, no. Hold on. Let's go further back. Um. So Monday morning, I bought calls to hedge the upside move on my puts, which I left in place through close yesterday. So I had 4,000 calls to hedge my 4150 puts because the price was rising. And then last night before close, I bought 4,100 puts to hedge the upside calls that were hedging my long-term puts. And then both of those were in the money at market open. And now I just have puts, but I'm going to buy calls again at market close. It's been fun. Hedgy shill confirmed. Yeah, yeah. Hedging my hedges. I'm getting way too deep into it. When are you getting calls for? Probably like next Monday. What would you say there's big downside potential on gold? It's poised to break through multi-year resistance at 1680. Well, if there's a market crash, it'll go up. Maybe that's just a good price to buy in. I don't know. Isn't gold at like 1701 right now? Time to sell AMC for Fubo? I mean, Fubo is definitely performing better than AMC today. What's up, Buckled Up Jen? Everyone say hi to Buckled Up Jen. Had a massive put position I sold into 398. I feel like an idiot now. Sad. Whatever, you made a bunch of money, right? Like you fucking bought them at like 410. What are you complaining about? You killed it. You captured like a $12 drop. Do you think Fubo will run like Netflix? No. Define run like Netflix. Like Fubo is not going to be worth $700 a share. Not any time in the next like 5 years. Chill. What's up, Coney? Anybody still have those like long dated VIX positions from Pickles Picks? Those look great right now, don't they? Why aren't there higher Fubo strikes? They're set within like the range of trading at the point they're opened. So if Fubo moves up, more strikes will open up higher. I lost $2,000 on SPY calls, sold, bought SPY puts, up 2.5 grand on puts. Crazy fun day. It is. It's a good one. I bought a ton of VIXY and UVXY back in July. It's still not green, but I will hold until a market crash. Fair. What ticker's in the top left? I don't know, it fell off the screen. Caterpillar. It lets us watch Caterpillar and the Dow simultaneously. It's easy. I may hit 30, yeah, 3,900. We probably will. Next major support for the SPY, 3,900. 390. Pickle Jar reacts, shocked to SPY prices, not seen, checks cards nervously 4 trading days ago. If you didn't have any SPY positions right now, would you straddle overnight or wait until tomorrow? Why the fuck not, right? Like, it's gonna move big no matter what. I'd get some theta on it though. I wouldn't like do like 0 DTE straddles. Because like it could be like with a drop this big, it could be like a full day of trading sideways before you see any kind of recovery or further drop. Worst case of Nasdaq since 2008. I feel like this just means that the market's gonna rip on the Fed minutes. I'm just pricing in all the bad shit now. Yeah, it could be SLD as well. I mean, this drop is very staggered. Is that gonna be sideways with PPI? Do you really think PPI is gonna be that bad though? Like PPI was fucking terrible last month. I can't imagine it being worse again. Isn't it expected to be like, I think the forecast is like 0.1. The Fed thing is 2 p.m. next Wednesday. It's both the interest rate decision and the economic projection. Josh Walker, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke.
If it's worse, boom. Yeah, I mean PPI will definitely have an effect. How many calls are you getting on SPY for Monday? Enough to hedge my puts? Is this a market crash? Not yet. Listen, if it's a market crash, you won't be asking me. No, you'll be like, oh, this is a fucking market crash. They're really obvious. It's not like, oh shit, look at that sneaky market crash going on. I caught you. No, it's, just red and the market going straight fucking down on high volume while VIX rips into the sky. Do you still consider Rev screenworthy? Last time I checked, it was $6.50, and it's still $6.50. Revlon massively outperforming the indexes today by just trading flat. Yeah, Fubo's doing really well today too. Even Jimmy is not that bad. I mean, it's higher than its pre-market low. Still think M is a good OPEX play? Sure, why not? Thank you. I closed my SPY puts up 250%. Without your channels, I would still be wondering what sell to close means. That's awesome, Josh. Congratulations, man. Rev trading flat is bullish though, right? Active funds have nothing to sell, only buying left to do. Yeah, it's pretty bullish. Get on the Revlon standard. How do you approach pre-market technical analysis? I don't. I don't really trade in pre-market very often. It's ironic that the safest place to put your money on today's market decline are shitty, almost bankrupt companies. Being a bear is awesome. It's fun. 390p, 395c, too wide for a straddle. I mean, that's a strangle at that point. The straddles are at the money. Very close. If EPAM can drop way more, that'd be cool. I mean, it already hit, like, the first target. It's down 4% today. It's getting fucking obliterated. Are you favoring the downside? My longer term position is going to be on the downside. So what I'm really doing is, it's not really a straddle, right? It is. I'm straddling to hedge. I have far dated November and October SPY for 4100, 4000s, and 4150s. I'm going to hedge those with short dated calls in case it bounces back in the morning. Then, you know, I can take profits on the short dated calls and let my long put position ride. If it doesn't, I just sell the calls that open, right? Like, if futures continue to trend down, then, you know, I take a small loss on the calls premium for the price of protecting my much larger put position. Is it smart to sell SPY puts when I'm expecting a bounce? Yeah, ideally. Especially if you don't want to get assigned. What about a wide straddle? You know, to have space for the nuts and the berries. I guess. Yeah, this isn't blackjack. Watching price fluctuations on SPX calls puts is stomach turning sometimes. 350 on a single option in 45 seconds. It's the fucking best, isn't it, Barry? I didn't realize you were doing the new advertising campaign for Fubo. Thanks, Average Joe. And by Average Joe, I mean King Average Joseph of Englandshire. Ah, I see. Because the Queen died, so now you're a king. SPX is the best. Wait till you guys learn how to sell spreads. Ding ding. Day is... Nope. I was 8 seconds early. It's not over. I lied. Now it's done. There we go. So yeah, nothing happened. Thank God. So, I don't really think we need to look at Cat. Fubo, pretty flat against the market dive. GME too. You know, both of these, I think, seeing really high dark pool utilization yesterday. and then probably the offloading of a lot of that internalization throughout today helped to stabilize their price actions. You probably see something similar on BBBY, which I haven't really paid attention to at all today. Yeah, so for the most part, you know, BBBY was very stable with the market drop as well throughout the intraday. Obviously, they all fell very hard in pre-market. Revlon alongside those, holding a very stable trend, and that 650 price average that it doesn't seem to break away from. The market, however, and all of the mega caps massively down today. Finding a little bit of stability into market close at 39.21 on SPX or 392.10 on SPY. Finding a floor here is very important if it is going to move into the upside for the rest of the week. There is still more of a gamma slide down to about 385 that we could still fully hit given the momentum from today's price action. So remember that, be very careful trying to go long on it before it finds good confirmation of a stable bottom. Maybe even wait till it starts bouncing a bit and make sure it's not getting rejected at just one higher level, you know, like just be really careful with positioning to the upside because there is still quite a lot of gamma going down. And it may have even built up more today. So there may be like a gamma slide. Like these tend to accelerate when they begin. So it may have, you know, built up interest at 3080, 3075. And if that's happened, you know, it will continue to slide further. Most of this obviously on the back of today's rate hike, some of it probably also SLD. You know, this drop with SLD could potentially carry out until Monday. So we could see some pretty crazy lows if it continues, especially at the rate that it's going now. Remember, you know, overnight, it's very good to hedge the upside in case of a overnight bounce or any positive news in after hours if you're riding farther dated puts. You know, not so bad to have a little bit of a hedge on those. And that's about it. So thank you guys so much, and I will see you tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. ish. 9:30? Yeah, probably. Have a good one, guys. Thank you so much.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
From now Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.